When OBS unfreezes, the stream should be live. Hello, welcome, 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 welcome. So a little to-do of what I'm planning today. Was it this to-do? No, it's creating templates apparently. So the to-do is we're just going to refactor loop tables just quickly because I was looking at that and I kind of went, it's annoying that the way I've got it set up is it has to parse that it's a table, and I would like it to just actually like maybe be able to just bring in the table. So what I was thinking is I could refactor it so that table becomes an enum and just do it that way. Which I think it's already how it kind of works anyway, but I'm just going to have a look. So we go to a loop table and we got like a location. So like the locations, just check that they all, okay. So this says like abandoned house, which is a table. So I'm thinking I want it to be something like table. Like that. Just because to me that just seems like a nicer way of doing it. Yeah, I think that should work. So then what else is on the to-do list? I was getting very distracted. All right, then we're gonna add the default inventory. We need to add a default inventory to creatures. So basically, like we need to somehow specify in the creature file, like here, what inventory they get spawned with. Haven't quite figured that one out yet. I guess we can start with the default player. Then we have to create the inventory template for humanoid creatures. So it's going to be like that they have the mouth, the eyes, the left and right hand, the pants, the left and right foot, 3 shirt slots, a jacket slot, coat slot, and left, right shoulder, and then back. So this is just like when we boot up the game. Neo Scavenger. If we boot up the game, this is just a different inventory slot. So the idea is to try and recreate the system so that when I click on the inventory button, it'll open up the player's inventory. That makes sense. Let me just pop this on my other monitor. Back off everything. YouTube is being very funky. As we continue. So when I click this button, it opens up the player's inventory. So basically, there's this is the mouth, and there's the eye slot, and like this is your left shoulder, right shoulder, jacket. I don't think I have one. No, because it's the game edit. That's right. There's another slot on top that's like a coat. So if you get like the Dogman cloak or the like patchwork cloak or the leather cloak, they all like go in a slot above this, which then also like blocks this inventory for some reason. But yeah, so like the idea is that the left hand is going to be its own slot that things can go into, like a left and right hand. And then when we open this in my game, like when you click this button, it should open the player's inventory. And the idea is to try and use my poly inventory system to configure it so that basically when we just tell poly inventory to render the inventory, I want the template to effectively render this. I guess like characters wearing too much stuff to show, but like, so it should render that this slot. So there's a little gap here, is because it's actually rendering. I want it to render like that sprite, because I think that's actually a sprite that exists as the icon for that slot, as opposed to the current way the poly inventory works, which is that it just renders the same kind of icon each time. So the idea is that like that would be a chest slot, and the chest slot is going to have that particular icon as what it looks like when it's rendering. So the idea is that when you open the inventory without putting any config in, it should actually like open up like this, but with no items in it. So yeah, I guess that's what we work on. So refactoring loop, we'll do that first. So refactoring loop. I don't remember how that works. So that's got to be under like map looting. Somewhere we make like the loot tables. There's a scavenge table which has location chance. And then our location chance, scavenge location. Scavenge location. And scavenge location has loot table. And then the loot table has an item chance, which has a draw an item. Okay, so draw an item, draw a table. Okay, so no, it's loading the scavenge locations. I guess it's how does this work? It's the specific locations that we need to overwrite on. So abandoned house dot location. Yeah, it's like forest dot location has table random draw. So we need to modify that. So where is that? Where were we looting? So with our scavenge table, which when we okay, so location chance, which has a draw or a choose. That's our ender at a war. Okay. And then you have a handle to a scavenge location. Just something with its loot. Add labeled loot table with items. Okay. Chip prefix table. So this is the location asset. So we want to be like you have an enum loot type, and it's going to be table something like this, and then item. So I don't think these need to be wrapped in a tuple. I think they can just be like this. Right, then this needs to derive deserialized, like so. And then you need to be loot type, like that. Then we can say we go loot, and then we go if, well, I guess we go match loot. Fill the two missing arms. Paste that in, paste that in, and then go. You go here, like so, and then it's not new, it's item. And then you'd be the same where we say items dot push, and then we just paste that there. Right, so everything should be basically the same, except that it now needs to, if memory serves, we go back to our loot tables and we go, none of these have anything, so it's you. We're gonna go cut that, paste it there, backspace that. That should be what it looks like. So then the forest, these all just have that. And then everything else is loot, I think, is commented out. So these would crumbling apartment building. Okay, so initial. Okay, and Gavin. I think that should work. I don't know. We'll guess we'll find out. So we have to reboot the game. It's panicking at me renaming things and then not having the same naming scheme. But that should make it like a lot more obvious what's actually like happening. So something didn't like this, but that's because missing struct description on the forest location. So then if we like head down here and we hit scavenge, like it should just all still work the same. and abandoned office tower location. Okay. Unknown looting. Okay. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna say that's gonna work. So we're just gonna go leave. We go. Cool. Get a git and go update loop to use email. Right. Let's just commit that so I don't break things later. I also did this, which is a bunch of actions. These are just like the things. So when I was digging around in the data files in here, for anyone that's trying to reverse engineer with, follow along with the reverse engineering, in conditions, they have this flag called permanent, and it appears that permanent flags are basically saying that like either the condition can't go away, which is a little bit weird way of doing it because it's like all the times you eat food and stuff are like flagged as permanent. But from what I actually guessing is actually happening under the hood isn't that it can't go away. It's that it doesn't reverse this. So the idea is that the food is permanent in that like once you eat a piece of food, when you lose the condition I ate this piece of food, it doesn't make you hungry again. Because like for this example, is like basic recipes 1 is permanent because once you add a recipe, you don't lose the recipe if you lose the condition added basic recipes or like basic recipes. So it's basically the idea of like certain things like asleep. When you lose the asleep condition, it makes sense to like reverse thing, or like for example, is like using climate control. When you lose this condition, you would expect to lose these modifiers. So it's not a permanent condition because losing it will remove the modifiers, whereas the permanent ones don't. Anyway, I just extract all those because they're like an easy thing to check the flag, and so they're just in actions. There's like 8 barbecue, attack, which is very weird because attack just sets your attack to 1, which I guess it then looks for to work out if you attacked. A bunch of adding recipes. Anyway, not entirely relevant to what we're doing now, but anyway. So I guess we work on the inventories, maybe. Not sure. All right. Anyway, we're gonna go to our player. I don't have a player UI. No. When do we spawn the player? Is it here? It is here. Okay. I'm going to move this into the player folder and just rename this to mod, like that. So we have the player marker, and then we want to go probably load the player inventory. Just not entirely sure how I'd go about that. In the player marker. So we have our hunger, our water, our energy. Inventory. We have an inventory. That is just a thing that I can. And that's the poly inventory, which is a name and string. I don't remember how to do this. We're gonna go up to here. We're just gonna like be like open a folder. We have to open the like YouTube projects. No, it's YouTube crates poly inventory. Oh. Need to open folder projects. That's it. Sure, save changes. Right, so reopen this. We need to add a folder is what we need to do. So we need to be like add folder to workspace. And then we go back to here, there we go. crates, poly inventory, add. Okay, so we're adding poly inventory because I've completely forgot how my basic example works. So how exactly do I spawn in a an inventory? So spawn in inventory. We say inventory create, which gives us that create inventory handle. But then how do we actually like so we can't spawn a new poly item inventory. Okay. So we have an item inventory as the actual player's inventory, apparently. Not entirely sure how that works, okay. I feel like I might need to do this somewhere else because we kind of need to check to see if the player has an inventory yet. So where do we actually use the player marker? Like when do I spawn the player? Could be in like map, gen world. Terrain generator. So this is doing something. So this is world gen. Okay, so this spawns the player, surely. Yeah, player marker. Right. So we need to be like let player underscore inventory equals something like that. Do we have assets? Okay, so we can select asset server dot load I don't remember what I even called the things. There's like inventories. So there's a backpack dot inventory. And these are items. So that's just how it works. There's a backpack dot inventory and it's X, Y type. Interesting. This is a hash map. So it's just like a player.inventory or something. Weird. I don't remember how it like I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Alright, so like so in our assets, we need to be like maybe make a new folder. Templates, I'm not entirely sure. New file, and then it's gonna be like player.in. So something like that. I'm not entirely sure how this works because that seems like it's a hash set, which makes it it's not the best way of doing this. I'm trying to remember how I set it up. Not basic inventory. UI inventory. Basic hash inventory. Yeah, see, slots.insert, which is concerning. Yeah, because it said that the slots is a hash map, which I don't fucking remember how my inventory thing works. Because I feel like it needs to be a vector, not a hash map, so that I can have rendering. See, because what we'd want, I guess, is that the items that can go into each individual slot. Just feels a little bit weird that I'm going to end up making items that are like the player's hand, and therefore that becomes a sub inventory. A weird way of going about. We do need to modify poly inventory slightly. Whole thing needs a fucking rewrite. We need to find like the inventory loader. Inventory descriptor loader. You apparently can load anything. Yes. And then use the hash setters. And then shape has a offset orientation. Okay. I think there's a reason that I changed this, but like why is this not a hash set? Because surely like, why is it a hash set? I don't know how this works. I'm assuming there's a reason it's a hash set. So it would be like left hand. Let's go to like the backpack example. I'm gonna go. Type is backpack slot. Yeah, and then it's like X, Y, width and a height. It kind of makes sense. It's just I don't know why I've done it this way. I remember there being a reason, because I'm sure I started with slots being a certain way. I don't want to spend ages inside the fucking inventory thing. Well, that's even more confusing, actually, because I'm pretty sure if we go back to where we are, like, inventory, entity, impulse, cell type, uh, type. Where's the fucking loader? Oh, it's inventory descriptor from string, which is then my parser that goes. Yeah. Slot. How's it backlinking? No. Terrible. Terrible, terrible way of doing it. It's something like that. Because it's like left hand. Oh, it's so terrible. I don't like it at all. I think the part of the idea was to have items with sub inventories, because then I cannot have to worry about the weird weirdness that is the inventory system. But then you'd make like a left hand item, which would have the like templatey stuff. Weird. So we go to like player. Wait, the player already has an inventory, which has its flaws and its perks, right? Correct. Hmm. Well, I don't like that at all. Anyway. That's fine. Right. Where do we so it's in world, right? World. They make it a world and we say, hey, out of inventory. No, that won't work because I go maybe away. Maybe here. Layer marker. We'll go here. We go item inventory. And then we're gonna be like templates slash player.imp. It's something like that. And it's gonna say, hey, player inventory doesn't implement clone. Okay, so we go back to here and we go, okay, so you get a clone, sure. Then it's gonna say doesn't implement default. Okay. But it's more like from template that we want. Okay, so we have to like implement from template. This type does not manually implement from template, and it must so if we go back to you and we said hashtag template pub struct inventory template, which is a handle to an inventory template. What has made you an inventory? Template to an inventory. Okay. I don't think it likes that, but I don't know how to do that. Do I need to somehow like tell it that it has an inventory template so that it can try and load the inventory to get the inventory template? Sub inventory. Okay, I also don't think that's the inventory is supposed to be attaching to things. Obstruct. I don't know how to do it because I didn't really think it through when I designed this thing, and I haven't used this in fucking a months now. But I just don't remember how it works. Like load the inventory. Oh. somehow load the inventory. Is there like a way to force reload? I don't think so. Cause I don't think there's a way to like force an asset to reload. But I think that just reloads into the same handle. Like what I need is to get yeah. Alright, so we go to like player, and we go to be like it's gonna be like inventory template. It's an item inventory template. Oh, that's what you're generating. No. So I need to do something like that. I think. Because doing that inventory template would then let me load this as the template, and then we would retroactively, okay, so we're gonna just work from the top down here. So we have inventory, and inside of inventory, so we have the inventory, the actual struct that is an inventory. Right. I guess we can make a new module down the bottom here. We're like mod template. Should probably be like documenting some of this stuff. Okay. The module used for spawning entities entity with template. Right. So then we go something like that. And in here, we're gonna like pub struct inventory template, which is then going to be a handle to an inventory. Okay. Something like that. Then we can be like pubfun insert is add inventory from right, so this is templates, which is populated, which is going to be like something like entity reference to inventory template. We should probably replace this with preload just so it stops getting stupidly long. Preload. Right. So we get those. We need inventories. Is going to be a res. I guess it needs to be mute, doesn't it? Assets inventory, something like that. Right. So we're gonna go like for entity in inventory template. Oh, sorry. Template in templates. One of these is not a component. Okay, so you need a derived component. Derived component. I also feel like I want to require you have something like item inventory. Not entirely sure. It's pretty easy. Just go like mute commands like that. Right. Then we go here. We go if let sum inv equals inventories dot get template. Else continue. Right. So we get the inventory. Then we say let inv equals inv.clone. Okay, wait, no, not if let, just let. Right. Then we clone the inventory. Somehow you've ended up cloning only the reference to the inventory, which is a bit weird anyway. Template.0. Okay. Into from is into asset ID inventory for inventory reference to inventory template into off.0.5 something like that. Right. So we get inventory. Do that somehow. No, I cannot move a shared reference. I don't get why it's not cloning it. Very confusing. Anyway, then we say handle equals inventories dot add inv. And then we say commands dot entity entity dot insert I feel like we'll put it somewhere else, but like might be able to state it here for now is we need to have a pub struct entity inventory, like so. Something like that, which is then going to hold a handle to an inventory. This needs to be like pub. Right. So he's going to insert an entity inventory, which is then going to be our handle. Right. So you don't like that because you're not derived component. Derive component. We need to like comment you and say this is an owned inventory. Right. This is the component. Add this component to an entity to spawn it with a copy of this in with an owned copy. Okay. Something like that. I think. So my assumption is that inventory doesn't implement clone. No, it doesn't. Okay, so default. Okay, we'll put clone on you. Entity doesn't have clone. Alright, so we have to like manually clone it. Which is a little bit strange, but anyway, so... I mean, it shouldn't be impossible though. So we're gonna go, you don't clone here. I don't know if we can clone every entity. A little strange. Maybe we can though. Which is just like a query for entity ref. Something like that. Okay, so then we go like alright, I guess we need to work out what we actually need for you. So we need a name, slots, name, and like dot default you. So we need your name to be inv.name dot clone, I guess. I don't know. I'll call you new, I guess. So we say yep, inv.clone, and then slots is going to be inv.slots.clone, and then everything else remains empty. And then you say new, and then you say handle. Let me do that. Right. So then we have to go weirdly for item in inv.item. I guess dot data. We have to go something like no, can we like commands dot clone dot clone? That's cool. So we can go something like for item pos, and then be like let copy equal commands dot entity dereference item dot clone and spawn dot id, and then we can just say inventory no, so new dot I don't think that'll work because all their sub inventories will break. Alright, for now we're just going to say that templates aren't allowed items. We're going to say if inv dot items dot is empty. We're just going to go here and be like error template inventories with items not support. Going to have it print that, and then it's just going to despawn all the item, or not copy all the item. Then we're going to go add inventory from template. So we have to go like upper layer here, upper layer again, like a lib, be here and be like, okay, so be like app dot init. No, add system. I guess you can just run an update because you don't really conflict with anything. Put it here, and it's going to be template. Wait, it's inventory right, template's not public. Over here. Pub template. Okay, so template add, yeah, okay. Right, add inventory from template. So hello, welcome to the stream. So when we get to here, we're going to say commands dot actually we can just do it there because we insert that and then we dot remove the entity inventory template. Right, so we go back to here now, we can say inventory template, and it says can't find type inventory template. So we have to go back to, I guess it's you, and you have a prelude. In the prelude, we're going to say template inventory template. Okay. Okay, well that's cool. I'm currently trying to rip off someone else's game, but I'm more doing it just for fun. Like I'm never planning on releasing the game that I'm trying to copy. I'm just having fun, you know. Okay, so you need to be cloned. But yeah, the game dev's always a lot of fun. I just kind of wish I wasn't so ambitious with like all the stuff that I picked to do, because it would be nice to actually finish something for once. Anyway, so you need default, so we need to do something that's like, it says about having like option template, handle template. So this is what it's saying I need to do. For example, okay, so we just need to say that its template is a handle template, I think is what it's saying. So there's a game called Neo Scavenger, which was made back in like 2013 with Flash. Back, you know, so the game's got a lot of like weird, clunky quirks that come from the fact that it was made in Flash, and so I've been enjoying playing it recently, and I was like, oh, it might be a cool idea to try and like remake the game just like in a more modern engine, so that like one of the things that the game does is as you explore more and more of the map, it saves it in the in like the Flash cache, which means that the more of the map you've explored, the longer the game takes to start, and things like that. And there's like a bunch of weird quirks. Like if you're crafting something, you need any amount of action. So this is like how much stuff you can do in a turn. If you've got any amount of action points left, you can craft something, but it'll subtract the amount that you need to craft it, which basically translates to there's some weird stuff with stuff's broken right here. You can like if you save the most expensive craft until you've got like the very little points left, it's like it doesn't matter that it costs more than you actually have, you can still craft it. So it has a lot of little weird, annoying things like that, where it's like the most optimal way to play is to like cheese the system and be like, if you're going to craft something that takes a whole turn, like a whole move to craft, wait until you've got like 0.1 of a crafting time left, and it'll still craft it. It just won't use up a turn, and stuff like that. And there's other things like the hills take 2 units of time to move on to, but again, same thing where every move takes 1 turn. So you want to do like a handful of bits of crafting and then move if you want to do some crafting, because it means that like if you use up part of a movement and then move, there's like, it has to be your last thing because it does subtract 1. So it has to be like if you've got less than 1 move left and you move, it doesn't matter if you're moving onto a tile that costs you 1 or 2 movement, you'll still get there. And that kind of thing. So you can abuse the crafting system in that way. And I was going, I wanted to kind of basically modernize the game and fix those kinds of things, being like you can't move onto a tile if you don't have the turn units for it, that kind of thing. Because like the hills cost 2 turn units, but it's if you have less than 2, you can still move there. It just takes you to 0. Same with forests; they take 2 turn to move into, or not turns. It's weird because it has a turn, which then gives you your movement and you get 5 movement per turn. Yeah, but yeah, so the idea is that you can't go below 0 movement, but it also doesn't check to make sure you have enough movement before you do anything. So yeah, there's a lot of like weird edge case stuff that I'm going to like try and fix. But I'm effectively handicapping myself making this because I keep doing things with the whole like, oh, I want it to work like this particular way. Because like I'm doing some stuff like because I've ripped the game's files here, and I was like, they've got everything's done with a condition. So every time you eat, you gain a condition that lowers your hunger and thirst, and they're like flagged them as permanent so that when you lose the condition, you don't get hungry and thirsty again, which is just it's all a little bit weird about how they've gone about it because effectively it's a database game because as you can see, like these are all database files that explain like the different battle moves. It's all a little bit weird. Detect, protect, priority. Yeah, so I've made it harder than it needs to be because I'm trying to copy the game as close as I can, but I'm also like starting to consider maybe moving off of copying as closely as I can. So we need to be like template. What was it? Was it like handle template? And then inventory. Okay. Is that how that works? So you're saying cannot find attribute template in the scope, but you say from template. Does that work? Maybe. Inventory template, handle, inventory, handle. Maybe. That might work. I'm not entirely sure how the handle stuff works, but we'll see if this steals me still. It says field 0 for struct poly inventory is private field. Okay. Inventory template. Okay. Up. Oh, it seems to have worked. So that in theory means that when I load up the world, the player will load the player.inv as a player inventory, which will then spawn in an inventory with like a single slot called left hand is positioned at a certain location. Where's our template file? So template's player.inv, and it's going to spawn our left hand type. Okay, I mean if I run that, let's see if it throws any errors. Because one thing is we have like the left hand, and then the left hand is going to have a single item that has a single inventory slot. That single item is going to be what renders as the slot, which doesn't make the best sense to me. I would rather the slot have a way of specifying its style, and then we could go back to using a hash map of slots. Anyway, click play, and then we spawn the player in. So we spawn the player. So if I just like make this bigger, come over here, and go. One of you is called like the player. I think they're in the world. So player. Yes, they are in the world. So they're on hex here, and then we say player marker. We should probably just make that say player instead of player marker. But anyway, so you have an inventory template, which means it never actually spawned the inventory. Did it throw an error when it tried to load the inventory then? Cannot find asset loader matching some type path inventory. Okay, so it couldn't find an inventory loader, which is good to know. So why doesn't it have an inventory loader? I thought I loaded the inventory loader. Unless I don't have this entire plugin loaded, that'd be kind of funny. No, I definitely do. So we have a neat asset loader, inventory descriptor loader. Oh, you load inventory descriptors, which is kind of funny. I want to get rid of the inventory descriptor entirely, and we're just going to go with the fact that like we'll just, yeah, we'll see if we can refactor this. The inventory descriptor is just going to become inventory as your asset type. Hmm. Okay. Why did I do it this way? Why did I assume? Your complaint is that I'm returning an inventory descriptor. Well, I can pretty easily just return an inventory. What? If slot equals sum. There's no reason it couldn't do that. I mean, at that point, you might as well just make the inventory, though. The inventory descriptor describes an inventory. No, use serialize and then shape. You definitely not have rendering. I mean, it's not like it's hard to go. You just stay the same, like so. Like temp equals this, and then we say inventory name is can I say like a reader dot no what about load context? Load context dot path dot file reserve I guess toString, we'll just say that. Then we're going to say your slots just temp dot slots and then like dot default. Okay, that all works the same way as it did before. So probably rename you to being load context. So not entirely sure, but that should at least let it load the asset loader now. Which should then get rid of the template, which should then give me the inventory thing. Maybe. Possibly. Entirely sure. Right, so it didn't yell at me, right, saying that it couldn't load the player's inventory? Okay, that's a good start. And we open this up and we say player, and then we rotate the camera back because it still does that every time I hit E. I go down here and go player marker, which I'm definitely going to go find and just while I remember. We're going to go somewhere up here, player mod, rename. It's just player. You put the player marker in and it's called player. Thank you. So somewhere in here, we should see that you have a it's at the top, right? Entity inventory. Yes, because it has an entity inventory that implies that it that the template worked, and the template has now spawned a player inventory. So now we can probably wire this button up to just get us rendering something. I don't know what it's going to render because we haven't really set up the rest of the stuff. That's interesting because, like, again, I run into the issue of if you haven't loaded the item descriptor, then the whole system kind of breaks. But anyway, so we have this describes the player's left hand. So the next thing to do, I guess, is we're going to go screens. We're going to wire up the new screen. So there's the inventory. We'll wire up the inventory screen. So we can be like pub mod inventory screen. Well, we don't even need that. Just call it inventory because it's inside the folder screen. Then we're going to like go character creation. No, the scavenge screen. We're just going to copy the entirety of scavenge. Copy that. Paste that into the inventory and go, okay, cool. So when we hit the inventory button, it should run exactly the same script as when we hit the scavenge button. Okay. So we're going to modify and do some stuff. So we go here, we go screens, we go, okay, so you need to be like app.add plugin inventory plugin. Right, so that should add the inventory screen. Now we do need to go to inventory here and go one of these. Yeah, inventory. And then it runs what's called open scavenge script. It doesn't actually matter about the naming because they're on their own folder, so that shouldn't conflict. I don't know what YouTube did there. Okay, everyone disappeared. Must have played a very captivating ad. So when we hit this, okay, well nothing happens when we click that button because I haven't wired that button up. Right, correct. So that would be when we spawn the main screen. So it's not common. Maybe it's common. So open the common UI, move left. Yeah, okay, it's common UI. So one of these, so columns, children, columns, children. So button. That's a hex map. So skills, craft, main, log tool, menu items. Probably this one. On okay, so on requires on template, which is annoying. So maybe something like fn on inventory, which takes in an underscore on activate screen res new next state game screen, something like that. You need to be mutable on inventory, so that just says screen dot set game screen inventory. That's all it needs to do. Work out if that works. Because then we'll change it to like open screen, and we'll make open screen return a constructor to a function, and then it should be able to put whatever screen you want in rather than having to make an individual function for every screen. But on inventory should then trigger a screen change to the inventory, and then changing the screen to the inventory will open the set inventory, which does exactly the same thing as scavenge at the moment. Right, lovely. Cool. Question. Yes, that is actually what it does. Good. Now something changes over here, but that's fine. It is a little bit weird that it blacks the background like that. Yeah. So I guess we try and turn this into something. So we're gonna be like fn open screen, which takes in a screen, which is a game screen, and returns a fn on activate comma screen, oh sorry, res mute next state. Right, so you do that. Means basic switches. So you return something like underscore comma screen screen dot set state. I'll call you state. So it's going to be state dot set screen. Right. So you, I guess you are simple fn. How that works? Maybe like that. No. Does that mean that worked? Okay, can I borrow state mutably? That's easy to fix. Mute. Move. Cannot move. Is it like that then? Oh. No. It's always moved before the thing. Move. You're saying cannot move screen a captured variable in a enclosure. There is a way to do this. I just remember how. Fine. What do you want? You need to say that on, which takes in into observer system. Ugh. Okay, so impulse into observer system. You need some stuff. Your stuff is so first off is your event, which is activate. So that's your event. Your bundle, I don't think is anything. Your M is also nothing. I'm not sure. App annotation needed. Right, so you need to be res mute next state game state. And then this is okay. So closure cannot become the trait is not implemented for the closure for the function. Okay. So first off, your underscore, which is on activate. No. Okay. So you don't like that because ensure the first argument of yes on activate. Okay. So what do you say then? You say where M is static, okay, B is bundle. So my question is, what are you? So this should work. Where B. So what is B in this particular case? So in this case, I is on, E is activate, B is nothing, and M is function system. So I don't think I can give you static. That's the annoying part. There's definitely a way around this. I don't know what... I've done it before. It's just, I remember it being a pain in the ass the first time I did it because I don't actually remember what the fucking... So where self is send and sync, event, E is event, and B is bundle. Maybe the bundle is wrong. I doubt it. Don't fix it. What if I just did underscore and underscore underscore? Okay, so these are all unknown. I do know what this is. This is activate. And then it's complaining because it doesn't know what B is. And I'm almost certain that B is just this. And placeholder is not allowed. So M obviously can't be nothing. Done this before. I just don't remember what I'm supposed to put here. Okay, so screen closure, activate, placeholder closure. Cannot become observer system. System is not implemented for closure or function. Why? Why are you like this? Okay, anyway, it's not worth the effort. There is definitely a way of doing that. You just have to like know what the type is to return for M. Anyway, like the way to go about that is this on. Is that you need to know like I guess what the type for M is. So if I said let t equals on, that's an on template, and then we passed in on inventory. That should tell us what all the types are. So apparently it's on underscore underscore activate res mute. Right, so what is your typing? So your I, which we don't care about, it's E, B, and M. So E, B, and your M is well apparently that monstrosity. So activate nothing, and then is function system as system input. FN on, maybe it's just this. I mean, the trick would be to go Control C and then be like, FN change the screen, which takes in the screen, which is an a game screen. You return an impl into observer system with that as your generic parameter, except you need to get rid of the first part. So now you're telling me it doesn't have a body, so that's fine. Is function system. And then you need to return move underscore on activate state. Oh, it even seems to know. And then we just say state dot next set screen. You need to be mutable. Type annotation needed. Okay, res mute next. You can get rid of it. Okay, expected a closure that implements the FM mute trait. But this closure only implements FN once, required for... Easy function. Okay, this function system should work. Expected a closure that implements FN. Are you not clone and copy or something? That could be my problem. If you're not copy, then you're going to say that... Okay, implement system... Okay. Implementation of system param function is not general enough. Must implement system function has system input for ABC on... Okay. For some specified lifetime. Okay, so implement system param function is not generic enough. It must implement system function. Has system input for ABC for on ABC, but it actually implements what? It's so close. But no. Okay, never mind then. I went that out. It was so close. So close. Anyway, right. So that opens the inventory screen. This isn't my game. I don't think any of the other screens work, but yeah, that's fine. We should probably maybe when the map screens work, because when we click this, it opens the scavenge. Oh. So it does the same thing as scavenging. That's cool. Then we're going to go to our inventory screen. And I guess we go to open inventory screen and we work out like what we're going to do. So we're going to say edit inventory and clear the main. The clearing main is okay, so open item screen. Clearing main is what frees up the inventory to do other stuff. Let some menu edit menu main content. Context UI. I don't know why clearing content. Okay, open scavenge. So this is the main content. Okay. So if we just, do that. So that should mean that opening the scavenge screen, title hex tiles, layer is not a child of a tile. Okay. So this should open up the screen. So it'll clear the context menu. But don't know what that. I think that just like removes the little one. I think the context UI is the little one. And the main content. So we clear the main content too. Then we're gonna say something like menu.spawn BSN, something like that. So that's just, it's so we're gonna let this go like, I guess we can self-document it and go hash ground. Okay, something about screen scope is not, sorry, so spawn, so scene, right, scene. So so that's the ground, which needs to be a node, I guess. Right. I guess now we do some weird math and we go. So this is the space that we have available. We're going to say that approximately half of it is taken by the actual main inventory, which leaves us, that's half. I'm going to say that's a third of what's left. That's a sixth. 2/6. No, that's not how that works. Half. Right. So we're saying that's twice that. 0.5. Okay. 0.5 divided by 3 times 2. Okay, this is a third. So this takes up a third, this takes up a half. That means this takes up a sixth. Does that math check out? No, really. Wait, 0.5 divided by, yes. Okay. So with val percentage 33. I guess just 1 divided by 3. So you take up a third. Invalid bits and oh right, you have to do math. Wait. Sorry. We'll do 1 F32. Right. So this is the ground. Then we can say menu dot scene BSN. So this is going to be, I guess it's the player. Inventory. So this is player inventory, and it's going to be a node, and it's going to have a width val percent 5. Right, 50%, which means that you actually need to be 100 divided by 3. Right, anyway. And then finally we're going to say menu dot scene BSN. I guess we could have done a BSN list. Probably worked too. Actually, I think scene just takes in. Yeah. Okay. So then you just do this, and you say state, which then your size is you were apparently an 8th or something. No, you're a 6th because if it double it, yeah, okay. So then you'd be value 100 F32 divided by 6. I still don't quite follow how third plus, I guess third plus 6 is a half, isn't it? Is it? Apparently. I guess a third plus a half is a 6. Because a third plus a third plus a 6th is the equivalent of 3/6, which is a half. Yeah, okay, that checks out. So I'm gonna go something like background. I guess we'll leave you. We're gonna leave all their heights. We're gonna say we'll make your background color because that means we should be able to see it pretty easily. We're saying background color, color, hue, saturation. Okay, linear RGB. We'll say like 1, 0, 0, something like that. So that should let us see the player's inventory when we open up with this screen. And then apparently we never use on exit, which is fine because on exit should only be really called. Yeah. Okay. So they're all things related to the scavenger screen because I kind of hacked that one together. So we're going to need access to the player's inventory, which is going to be pretty easy to do. Then we can whack a render inventory onto the actual inventory itself. Again, shouldn't be that hard to do because assuming that my code is actually set up in any kind of reasonable way. Sticking a render inventory onto it should immediately just make it work. So we're going to say open this, and then okay. So if we just like bring the game, just like smush you down a little bit, we overlay the background. Outside of this being like effectively way too wide, you've got to admit that that lines up pretty well. So wait, as we just do this. Oh, okay. So we'll make my game fit this game because apparently this game doesn't like being resized. So make my game the same width as this game, and then we go. So effectively, if this was a little bit more narrow, you'd be over there more. So I'm going to say that a 6 is probably the wrong measurement. I might have to reclose and reopen the game just for the literal sake of as soon as I touched it, it broke. So okay. So we're gonna hit continue. Then we're gonna go it's like full screen. Alright. I guess we have to full screen. We have to open inventory. And then we open my game, we go, okay, if I make you the full width of the screen, to be fair, it's only from here to like here. Right, at the same width. So these side panels are a little bit too wide. This is not quite wide enough. This is a little bit too wide. So it's well, it's more just like this isn't quite wide enough. Like if we you here, like that's almost exactly the right width. And you're almost exactly the right width. So it's more like these need to be made slightly smaller and this just needs to take up slightly more space. Okay. Yeah. So if that's the player's inventory, that's the ground inventory, we need to fetch some information. So each tile effectively needs an inventory. But it only needs an inventory if the player actually drops something on the ground, which is interesting. Anyway, onward we go. Apparently that reopened again. So the player, we need to say the entity inventory. That's not spelled right. Brain. Inventory. I apparently just cannot spell that. How big you put the second letter in there? Inventory. So you're not available, but that's probably because we aren't using. Okay, so we have to be like use. Let's get rid of everything that we're not actually using. So get rid of all this stuff. Just bring in super, and then we'll bring everything in. So you can use Bevy prelude. Like that should tidy up a bunch of stuff. To bring in the menu, we should tidy up a bunch of stuff. Right, so it's more like we should go up here maybe and bring in like use crate UI menu. Right, maybe just we just bring in all of UI. Does that cause you to shut the fuck up? Okay, kind of. So then we're gonna like import player, and then we're gonna say to use poly inventory prelude like that. I don't think I included it in the prelude. No. Okay, but we'll get there. So we're gonna say so it's like poly inventory prelude temp. No, okay. Can I even see inventory? No. Okay, that's interesting. So we'll have to make that visible somehow. So then we don't need to scavenge locations, and screens. I don't think we need screens either. Right. So common UI probably should be part of the, use common UI, like so. that should fix that. So the only thing that's now missing is that the player inventory is, or entity inventory is just not a thing that you can apparently get access to. So then we go down to poly inventory down here, and we go, what the hell is going on with our template? So apparently you're just not visible. We go to the library here, and we go, you do that. So in the prelude, we bring in, okay, inventory template, and then there's entity inventory. So entity inventory definitely needs to go somewhere else because they're kind of weird, but being where it is. But when we run this, nothing's going to change except we're just not loading a bunch of stuff. Right. So there's entity inventory. So when we spawn this, we have to go, we hit play, and then we click this, and so now it renders this. Right. So we are going to need to fetch the specific hexagon the player is standing on, the inventory for that hexagon, which doesn't exist yet. But anyway, we can say render inventory. No, this is a rendered inventory. What? Render. I'm sure it's render inventory, but apparently render inventory is doing the wrong thing. That's annoying. We're gonna go to our UI inventory example, and we go. This is spawning inventory. Yeah, spawn inventory. We go. Yeah, it's because rendered inventory, and we call new. Right, that points to all the slots. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So, not where we were. Back up here. So, gen world, no. It's the inventory screen. So, render inventory, new. Rendered inventory, new. And then we pass in, so we have to get the player's inventory, so it'd be like let player equals, okay, so it's like let maybe sum, was it okay, so we do like player dot player, oh yeah, okay. We don't have to worry about that because it's one of those, if the player doesn't have an inventory, we can't open the inventory screen. This literally cannot run. It's fun. Dot clone. So now we have the player's inventory, and then we go here and we say player like that. So you're saying you can't do that because rendered inventory is not cloned. Okay, and you can't do that because okay. The scene, I think scene sets it right, so I'm just going to be lazy and use my code to just whack it in at the end because I can't be bothered making it a clone. So we're just going to insert rendered inventory, player inventory. So that should giving everything set up with the rendering backend, render the player's inventory in that particular cell. So now when we open this, hey, we rendered the player's inventory, which looks pretty dumb right now. So this does make me feel like we should probably give like each slot type, because it just makes so much more sense in my head. But then there's a reason that I did swap back. Just thinking right now of being like, you'd probably want to be able to specify what a slot looks like. And I guess when it's being used as a specific type. So what I'd want to be able to do, I guess, is if we go back to poly inventory. So we have shape, we have slot. So slot's doing some weird stuff. The rectangle iterator, okay. Where is our mod shape? This is slot. I'm very confused. Is this even being used? So somewhere in here, so we have a template. And template's an inventory. So what I'm trying to, I guess, work out here is, do we swap from our slots being a hash map where you can only have one cell type? I'm thinking we swap to it being, just trying to remember why I swapped away. Is like, it used to be a vector of slots, and a slot had a bunch of cell types that it could be. Because I'm trying to think why I would swap away from that. So it's, because part of it is it's a different shape depending on what cell type it can accept. Because the idea of having multiple, like of having a slot, is you could specify like what the slot icon is. Because at the moment it's defaulting to those cells, which is interesting. Because what I want to be able to do, I guess, is specify. I guess you can do with a style. Not really. I like the idea of potentially doing the slots. So the way you would do that is you make a slot accept a different cell type, and then you go. So at the moment we have the shape, which has an offset, an orientation, and a layout. It's going to require refactoring too much shit. Okay, what would it take to swap you back to being slots? Right, so let's pop this over to poly inventory and say, I don't know. It's working, but I'm going to refactor. I gotta stop doing this on the public thing that I'm publishing for people to actually use, but anyway. Alright, we might just pull this onto its own branch, I guess. So we're gonna say new branch, in multi inv slot over maybe we'll call it multi slot in. Right, I'm going to create the branch multi-slot inv. The way that the multi-slot inv is going to work is we're just going to immediately replace this with a vector. We need to maybe have something that's like, somewhere I'm sure we have the word slot. I'm almost sure. So inside of u, mod slot. So our slot is, maybe we'll just put this inside the actual module. So then that should make something work again. Okay, so it is saying it's defined twice, maybe. Right, so you don't like that because, okay. So let's go with turning you back into a hash map so that you don't break everything while I refactor things. Right, so file not found for module slot to create module. Okay, stir inventory slot. Why does this not count? Is it because there's just no... Okay, so we're going to new file and it's going to be mod.rs. Right. So now you work. So we are going to go into here. We're going to go pub struct slot. I'm going to call you a unit type for now. And we go up to the top here, and we go comment, we go a slot in an inventory. In an inventory. Something like that. Now, at the moment, it's just called slot. Now, the annoying thing is I kind of want to do a slot descriptor, the idea being that you can describe a slot and then the actual inventory only holds some information about the slot. But the idea being that I wanted to like be able to define a slot here. So then we could like have a thing, like a slot. Slot would then have a slot descriptor so that you can like instantiate a slot by giving it a handle. Maybe. I gotta stop trying to do everything through like roundabout stuff. Start simple. So the slot needs, this is why I'm going like it might be one of those, it needs to be a descriptor thing, is you go back to slot. So the slot. So a slot needs an offset, which is a vec2, because we're not doing three-dimensional inventories. But maybe we do three-dimensional inventories. We have to go back here and go pub use Bevy prelude, like this. Right. So what I'm thinking is we can say this is the offset to put the image to this is the offset to render the slot. Right. So then next we go probably something like icon. No, sorry, icon, which is a handle to an image. This might be option because then we can say that you can put it somewhere else. So we go the image that is rendered to represent this slot. So we want something like that. Then the next thing we're going to need is okay, so a cell types, which is then going to be a hash set of cell type. Maybe. So this is a set of all the valids can accept. Something like that. So the idea being that like you can say that it can accept like two different things. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway. Shape. We're also putting the comment first. Shape. Shape. So the idea of this actually is that this would actually allow me to have 3 slots for t-shirts that would actually be 3 separate slots that all have the same offset. Maybe a different Y. Okay, maybe this is a good idea. So, so the shape, which has to be, could qualify you as shape, qualify, super shape. So, the shape of this slot in relation to actually to the items. So the shape, I guess, could theoretically then have an offset, maybe. So my annoyance with this is it means that, I guess it kind of makes sense, is you can't have a slot that overlaps another slot, otherwise it would theoretically allow you to actually stack items. So that's actually fine, I guess. So that would then translate to, this should be enough information that we can come back up here to mod to inventory. So we can change you to a vector of slots. So you don't have reflect at the moment, so that's fine. So we're going to go, you need to derive reflect. Okay, so that doesn't mind. Then we come here, and we go, okay, so you don't like that your slots, because you're the wrong type. So we need to go to the, your inventory, new inventory, we get the inventory, so slots. That's probably because slot isn't clone. So can we make you clone? Right. So then we go to this and say, okay, so you don't like this because you say temp, which is our item descriptor, and our item descriptor should actually be a vector of slots. Right. Which then says, okay, so when we create a template, inventory with slots, and then you just pass in C, which is into iterator slot. And then you should be the same, because you should effectively say, when we say new with slot, your item is just an iterator that returns slots. And then you should work exactly the same. So you would then just go for slot in slots, inventory add slot, which would then say slot. Sorry, just a vec. No, something like that. So this takes two arguments. We don't care about that right now. I do kind of feel like I want to instantiate you with a specific size, but anyway, that's fine. So I'm going to say self.slots.insert. So I guess it's more like self dot slots dot push, and then you take in a slot. I just need to work out, at some point, there's a reason that I went to using a hash map. I just don't remember what it was. So when we say slots, then we iterate and we return references to slot. Okay. So when we get slot, well, that's one reason. So this either, okay, so this index view size, so you have to return an option shape and then use it to say index, something like that, which should all work, I think. Oh, you return an option shape. Okay, so this gets the slot. I'm just going to make it this return slot for now. But the idea would be that you could probably map that to return the shape if we absolutely need to. Go down here and be like, has any slot. Okay, so we have to go self.slots.iter. And then we'd be like, can accept. We're going to add that to slots. Dot any. S, maybe like s dot can accept, and then that would be can accept cell type any. Okay, So s dot can accept and reference to slot. Yeah, okay, so we can fix that. That's fine. So I guess we go back to slot. So we should fix the easy stuff first. The slot needs to import slot pub can accept shakes in self and a cell type cell type. This returns a bool. Now we're taking a reference to something. I do feel like at some point I should swap cell type out to doing some kind of hashing magic, but you know, we'll get there. So we're gonna say self dot cell types dot contains cell, something like that. Right. Except we're gonna rename this now because that makes much more sense as accept as the name. So this is accepts, and then it's a hash set of cell types. So then we have this hash set of cell types here, and then we go, okay, inventory descriptor. So you have to do something fancy, which we will work on later. So I'm kind of scared to touch that, kind of scared to touch that, kind of scared to touch that. Right. So down here, we go, hey, for slots. So we're going to say slot. Inventory.slots. So your size, that size is slot dot layout. I guess it's dot slot dot. Okay. So let's just find a way back to slot and go. If I can make you public. Then we go back to our rendering. We just go shape dot shape slot dot shape dot layout dot size. Okay, so then a size, I don't know what that, so that's shape dot bounds dot size dot as okay, so that would be the same thing. It's slot dot shape dot size, and then this one is also slot dot shape dot. This one I feel like should actually be the offset, but anyway. Okay, so size max equals size max of max position A, max position min position. Let's mute offset equals shape dot offset. So shape dot offset. Basically, we're gonna make it do exactly the same thing. Okay, so slot type rendered slot. The rendered slot being slot type any, I guess that's probably what it's relating to. Is the fact that because interesting. Okay, that's fine. So we're just gonna say cell type any. I don't know if that matters, but we are saying okay, no, it does matter because we need to go probably something like dot enumerate, right? And then we would say that this becomes index and slot, and then we would want to say that the slot is actually the index, like so. And then we just need to change u to being a u size. So that lets me reverse look up the slot, which I mean should work. So you iterate through all the items, you do something with the items, I'm not totally sure. So the idea is that you should hopefully just work the same. Alright, so first off, stop doing something. Whatever the AI was doing, don't care. Alright, so let mute need equals inventory slots. So that's interesting. So what we need is to go like need is like inventory dot slot num slots. Right. So we'll add that as a functionality. So go to the inventory. Inventory. Let me just be like, I'm gonna put a new thing down here and be like, util stuff. Maybe like mod, impl inventory. Right, and it's like pub fn num slots. We put it inside of slots as well. But anyway, it's just going to take in a reference. It's going to return a u size pub sorry, self, and then we say self dot slots dot len. Right, that's the number of slots that you have access to. Then we go here. We go okay. So when okay, so this is how many you need. This is update and remove, which is root dot slots iter. Okay, slot entity in root dot iter. Where are you getting root from? Inventory, Windows, rendering. Okay, so this is every window. So this is, you get the root and you say if root is added, skipping as it is only just added. So this is the number of ones we need. These are the ones to be updated, these are removed. For slot entity in root iter. What the hell is a root? Rendered inventory. So these are all the slots in the rendered inventory. Let okay. Slots get slot entity. Else. Failed to get slot node component from entity while updating inventory. Remove. Slot entity. So your rendered inventory. Root. Okay. So if we need this slot, remove it from the spawn list. If need, remove. So now the slots are going to just be in order. Now, my assumption I don't even know what I'm fucking doing here. So we iterate through all of the root stuff. And we say let okay slot get slot entity. So I'm still trying to work out what the fuck I'm doing. This is the rendered inventory, which has a vector. So these are iterating through all of the currently open slots. So we grab out the slot, which will tell us the index of the slot. So we're going to say slot get the slot to do warn, as this is just in case the case when you spawn node are both used. Okay, not entirely sure. If it's not ours, don't kill it. Grab remove dot remove. Okay. Right, okay, so this is saying that get me all of the rendered slots. Right. Okay, so if need dot remove. So it's more like so need needs to be like, oh, that's a where are we going to need? So need is like 0 dot 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 collect, something like this, dot collect into a hash set, right, of indices. So this is just like 0 to the number of slots. So we're going to say if need remove dot slot dot slot. So we should probably say that this is actually slot dot index. Right. So if need remove. So basically we're going to collect 0 to the number of slots that we have. And we say, hey, if we already have this slot, if we need this slot, if we need this slot, remove it from the spawn list. Okay, so it's more like if we, yeah, okay, maybe. So then update, mark this for update so we can update its size. So, and then remove it from the remove list so we don't delete it. Okay. Correct. So the slot entity, and then we need the slot index, which I think we're apparently right now keeping a reference to, which is, yeah, just keep the slots index. All right. Which I mean, technically we don't even need to do that. We could just look up the slot again. Anyway, so despawn remove slots. So for slots in remove, or in despawning slot from remove. So this is we check through all of the slots that currently exist and remove any slots that exist that shouldn't exist. So the idea is if you remove a inventory slot, then we're going to say style, something about style and style.rendering, not entirely sure. Size, so this calculates the let mute max size equals vector. So this is the size of the container, which I guess is fine. For new for new in need. Okay, so let shape inventory get slot new. So get the slot expect. We just checked it exists. Then we say let size is equal to. So this is let's rename this to slot. Then we say slot dot shape dot layout, slot dot shape dot bounds, slot dot shape dot offset. And then we calculate all this, and then we say let mute offset equals slot dot offset, slot dot shape dot offset. Just do some fancy stuff. I'm just trying to make it like not break everything, because theoretically we should be using the offset, the float offset, not the. Anyway. So we do this, and then we spawn in all the new slots if you've added slots, and then we go for slot in cell update. So we go shape is inventory. So this is. So let's call this entity. And then we go shape is actually, we'll just go like slot. Right. So then it would be copy word slot dot shape, slot dot shape, position is slot dot shape. And then you're also slot dot shape. Okay. So then we effectively go through each of these cells and we update its grid position based on its offset Y, its size Y. Interesting. So US offset. See, I don't think we need to actually stick you into the grid is the key thing there, but anyway. And then you do all the same stuff for the items. Now the issue is that the items technically don't specify what slot they're in. That's an interesting point. That does mean that we should probably go modify the inventory entry to keep track of what slot it went in, because I think at the moment it just keeps track of the item like slot type, which was synonymous with the item, like which slot it was in, because they got only one slot of each type. Don't want to fix that yet. So slots. So your something about slot. This is an inventory descriptor from string. So slot. So you take this, and then we're going to change this to you're a vector of slots. Oh no, sorry. You're a new, like that. Oh, apparently shapes incorrect. So then we take you plot. So something about your cell. Okay. That does mean that I think you can stop being some maybe. So if line starts with curly brace, if let some, so you're an option for a slot. So I think you just become interesting. So if you come across a curly brace, then you are just slot default. Something like that. Then we have to go back to you and say you have default. Right. So go back to image description. So we have slot default, which is you. Now you are slightly different. So you would be slot, and then we would just go here and we would just say slot dot push, and then it's just slot. I don't know where I'm getting this index from, but anyway. So for line in lines, line trim, if line starts with curly brace, then we say take the currently existing slot and put in slot. Right. So we take that one and then we override the pre-existing one. You should be push. Okay. So if line starts with curly brace, if let some slot take. So basically, if it exists, take it, push slot equals some slot. The line is equal to trim start. So the curly brace in the char, let some ID var split line once, else continue. So if there's you've written the same thing on the same line after you've trimmed that off, that's fine. And then we say match ID. Okay, so if the ID is slot, it does feel like I should maybe just like make you do something different anyway. So if it's a slot, then you're this val trim extend if let some. Okay, so you need to be like slot. I think it's like if you get to here. Maybe. You trim the line. And then it should just be like. Oh no, it's like if you get to here. You set the slot thing. I guess the trick would be to say actually that you're just a slot. Like that. And then you get to here and you say, hey, if it starts with a curly brace, this is making sure that you only get one. We need to say like if slot equals. If slot does not equal slot default. Something like that. And we say slot stop push slot slot. Well, I guess it's also technically the same. If you're not equal to default, we can say like slot equals slot default. So you need equal and power equal, I guess. Power equal. That should be enough. It's saying shape doesn't have power equal. what would make them the same slot? I guess it's not even that, it's just first equals true. And then we say if not first. If line starts with first equals false. Just because I don't want to have to unwrap it every time. So the idea is that the first time you get to the curly brace, you go, hey, you're not the first, you're the first one, so don't push you onto the list because you're obviously empty. And then we set first to false. But if it's not the first time through, push the current one onto the list and then start a new one. All right. And then we go down here and we say, okay, so slot. If they say slot, we say T cell type, we extract the slot. We then just say T dot, sorry, slot dot accept. Okay, maybe we just make all the slot public so that like I don't have to worry about this. Right. So we go we go slot dot accepts dot insert T. Yay, T. Okay. There we go. If you give me an X, give me a Y, and a W, and a H. Wow, they're kind of terrible. If you give me an X, I want to parse the value of X. Then we can just like not do this. And we're going to say slot dot offset, more like slot dot shape dot offset equals X. Because at the moment, parse. So offset dot X. X. This is what it's doing here. Yeah. Okay. Plus the Y, and then it's slot dot shape dot offset dot Y equals Y. So W is, again, it only passes rectangles at the moment, so it's just gonna be like shape slot dot shape dot layout. That's annoying. Mutable reference to that, which means that we can then just say size dot wx equals w. So you do exactly the same thing, except you're the y and you equal h. Okay, and you get to here, and then you say here if let's take. Okay, no. If slot does not equal actually fuck it. Slots dot push slot. If you don't declare one, it just gets an empty one. That should make everything the same in terms of like, if you declare the file the same way, then it's going to make the same slot. It just means that like when you declare a new slot, it will yeah, okay. So you can say can we say that accepts is the same? If you say slot or accepts, it will insert it as for now. Still terrified of doing that, so interaction cursor mouse. Okay, so get slot, so size, inventory, get slot just expects the actual index itself, and then somehow we have slot, so Honestly, we should probably implement bounds on the slot. So we're going to go to slot here, pub bounds, which takes in self and returns an I don't know, to work that out. We're going to say self dot shape dot bounds. You return what? Thank you. An B box. Who's going to qualify that? Okay, cool. So you return that for the sake of just making it like not have to be fixed everywhere. Yeah, don't want to touch that really. So we get our shape, which is the cursor last extracted. So somehow you get a shape. Shape dot offset plus equals clicked size dot shape dot offset, and then trigger drop item. So we have the item in this shape. This is just going to tell me whether the item can get dropped. This works. It's a drop item. So this would actually be slot, like so, and then that would be a U sign, like so, and then we don't have like index line, but drop U in. Detect drops now broken, maybe. So you get the slot, which is then to say slot dot index. Where'd you pick that from? Rendered slot. Cannot move slot, which is behind a shared reference here, but it's a fucking. Okay. So cannot move slot.next, which is behind a shared reference. Okay, but like it's sad. Excuse me. Cannot move slot.index, which is behind, but it's a fucking U32. I don't get that one. Cannot move out of it's a U32. Did I not save this and therefore it's like getting very confused? No. Use of moved value index. But in wait, what? What? Did you just say oh no, that's not at all what okay. That is not what I was trying to do. That's terrible. Oops. I apparently renamed my type to U32, which is then saying, hey, you can't do that. No, that'll fucking make a lot of sense. Sorry, this is a U30, U size. Okay. That's a very, very weird way of doing that. Anyway. So new need is number of slots, which is actually supposed to be a U size. Why I didn't pick up on it is because it actually worked where I typed it properly. Anyway, we say remove, and you say, hey, slots. Slot.index. No. Slot.index is a U size. Okay, so the new, which is this, which is get slot also view size. Again, not touching that until I'm done. Right, you're gonna a real pain in the ass. Oh god, this was such a mistake. Oh, anyway. Slot index, number of slots. Right, so now you work. I forget to go to here and go, okay. So what's left? So the mouse stuff still apparently doesn't quite work, which is more that you reverted to self, which is supposed to be U size. When we try drop U, we say inventory can fit. Right. Well, that's annoying because you actually do need to kind of know what type. So if inventory can fit. Item shape. Slot. So I'm gonna maybe. Okay, imv can fit to dot cell type. Item place item. Alright, this one I think is probably the one that doesn't. So I'm just gonna call u index, and then it's gonna be so we'll rename it just slot. And then we're gonna go place item, and place item gets slot. Maybe. Not entirely sure. Oh, it's all a little like scuffed at the moment anyway. Ready, okay. Here's slot, which is a U size. We should maybe just add slot to all of them then. Something like that. The cell type is necessary for like rendering certain things because certain ones have different images based on what type of cell they went into. And different sizes as well. So when we say drop item, you're saying you're missing the cell types. The cell type is going to be we need to know like render inventory slot, inventory cursor. You hold the item, don't you? Like you have the item. At some point we pull the item. Apparently not. Okay. Let's just not do that. Oh, see, we are going to need to know. Well, yeah, we definitely need to know the cell type. That like, well, at least the item descriptor. Like, try drop. We're given the shape. ampersand to fit cell type. Yeah, drop item definitely needs cell types, maybe just like a vector of cell type. You need something like that, so you can be like, hey, cell types. And then you can do whatever you do. And then if inventory can fit, trigger place. So you need the cell type. So it's gonna be like if let sum equals that, which is then going to be your cell type. Something like that. Place item with that specific cell type. So I'm going to change can fit to taking in a array of cell type. And then ew, no. Because they fucking change shape based on their cell type. So it's like no. They're getting a little out of control. The try drop needs to call can fit, and we'd be like if can fit cell types. So see, but you need to know the item. I'm so over it. We need like the item descriptor so that we can work out if the fucking cell type would fit. I mean, the way to get around that would be to say let slot equal inv dot get slot to dot slot. So it's let sum. Okay. Else return. So I do feel like I want to be like warn try to drop item in slot that doesn't exist. Something like that. Okay. So we get the slot, and then we'd be like, maybe it's something like, ooh, be like, see, can fit, I feel like needs to take the actual slot itself. So we would need to be like, if slot dot can fit. I don't think we actually care about that. We can check that before we try and drop it, I guess. Sure. Let's get rid of that entirely and just be like, if slot can fit shape, and be like, if you call can fit, the assumption is okay, let's just zero that for now. Getting a little out of hand. So they're like slot. So slot doesn't have can fit. We need to go to like inventory, wherever that is, and be like can fit. Can fit does all this weird monstrosity shit to work out if it can actually fit. So we have to go to shape itself and go like pub can fit self returns a bool, paste this in, so we need this shape. So the idea, I guess, being that this, so can fit is like when you get to can fit, you've got to already assume that the shape that you've already checked to make sure that it actually can accept incompatible slot type. So we only do that. We're going to say if let some cell type equals any and shape dot layout direct. Okay, wait. So this is the checking for any. So it's like if self dot accepts dot contains cell. Oh no, it's if. No. This does some kind of weird check to make sure that, like, if it's set to any, we retry it with size 0. If slot shape can fit, it's like if self dot shape dot can fit. So we're going to rename you to item shape, I guess. Item shape. All right. Then we got like item bounds, and then for item in self dot. Damn. Yeah, so you immediately start checking items, which, I mean, technically we could move the items inside of the slots, but I don't think that's the end of, maybe. It's a little bit annoying, but so that would mean that you need to be like items, which is then just going to be a entity set, maybe. No, entity hash set, entity hash map, and that's going to hold entry, which we're going to qualify for now, because again, I don't want to put extra stuff in. But it's going to hold entry. So the items in this slot, you don't implement clone. Well, that's a real pain in the ass. Alright, fine. Items don't get to go in. You are going to pass in can fit item shape items, which is then going to be a reference to an entity hash map full of entries. Right, something like that. And then you say not self.items, but just items.values. And just do the same bounce check we were doing, like that. So we might need to modify you a little bit, because you're saying that let some if let cell type any equals cell type and layout item shape layout does not equal rect1, then return self fit cell item rect1 is some. Okay, a little weird. So we're gonna get something like for slot in self dot slots dot filter s dot can accept cell type. Right. Go to that. Mismatch types for loop evaluated false. So I guess you don't return, you continue. Well, no. So well, I guess what you would actually do is you would then say slot.can fit item shape and a reference to self dot. If this is such terrible code. So if any of the slots can fit the item, then return saying yes, that you can actually in fact fit this item. The can fit should now work properly. So you say drop the item and you you actually hit this slot. This method takes 2 arguments. The slot can fit, so you have to pass in the shape and the rest of items. We still have the inventory, so we can actually do that. We can say ampersand inv dot apparently it's private and therefore I'm not allowed to at this point I don't care. I'm just gonna make it public because I just need to get this to fucking work. And then I can work on tidying it up, which I've never once done when I've said, oh, I'll tidy it up later. Okay, so let me come down to here and we go, okay. So can fit, and then it's inventory items. So you check to see if that slot can hold that item. If it can, remove. Otherwise, we say item with shape does not fit in inventory slot type slot. Okay. Self commands trigger insert. Okay, move item, insert item. You're missing slot. Okay, so let origin equals self origin, let mute shape origin entity clone, shape offset, trace pickup item shape, self dot trigger move item insert. So this is hold, right? So that implies some level of if let some origin self right. Inventory handle, which has an entry which is a shape. Alright, so that means that the inventory handle also needs to say pub crate slot, which is an AU size. Right, we go here, then we go the index of the slot goes in. The slot index, so this is the okay, so I do feel like then slot, which is then origin dot slot, something like that. At the very least gets that to work. So this is when we pick up item. So when we tell it to pick up an item with the commands, we go, hey, this particular item with our item descriptor, assets, item descriptor, inventory cursor. How exactly do we find your shape? Cursor, manage, find item. Okay, cursor manager, read inventory. Get shape. Okay. So we should probably say get position. Right, and then this would return a use size and shape, which is then to say, what the fuck does the entry contain? That's the real question, isn't it? We got items, we got entry. The entry has a shape and a sub inventory. Okay. So I feel like you need a pub slot, which is the use size. The index of the slot this item is in. So that should also mean that because we're iterating through our items, the items actually know what slot they're in, which means we can actually like filter for specific, like don't check the same slot. Anyway, I just closed my terminal, that's fine. So cursor somewhere in here, we'll go here. Okay. So you say get position, or I guess it's like get entry. Entry? How the fuck is this? Get, not F3, F2. Get ENT RY entry. And then you should just say get that, which then should just pass in a reference to entry. Not entity, entry. Enter. Let's go with a qualify entry, like that. So that will then return that, which means that when we say hey, get entry, we can say entry dot shape dot clone, because we don't actually need the sub inventory. It's mostly why. And this slot is entry dot slot. Okay, that should work. I don't know what move item is doing, but anyway. We appear to be making more issues than we're solving, but anyway. Debug spawn text format shape. Okay, so that would be, we'll do something like that maybe, and then you would say shape dot index. Apparently the entry is private somehow, and then shape dot shape. Shape dot slot maybe. There, shape dot slot. All right, so that's just more debugging information. So go here. Okay, so self insert item. So this is self insert item. So we have the item, which is the entity, and then the shape, which is the shape. If let some can fit any rect one, shape equals fit dot offset. So fit needs to return an index. Oh, so a usize comma. We'll work on that in a bit. So something. So you say insert item. So this would become slot, which would be a usize. And then you would be like, you do this, and then you say self.current inventory insert item entry, which is then slot. Okay, and then you say self commands entity item insert in inventory, the inventory, and then the cell type is actually pub u side. Now I'm going to refactor this a little bit and say that this is actually pub inventory, which is an asset ID inventory, and you are a pub slot index. Okay. Remove from inventory. I actually don't think this is even reachable, but it's kind of funny. Oh, right, so this is in slot index. So that's what's going on. Is I'm getting it, and if it doesn't have it, it's saying, hey, somehow you removed this thing from an inventory, but doesn't have the inventory. The entity was removed from inventory. Well, maybe just actually fix the spelling would probably be smarter. Right. So then we say assets inventory, assets get inventory else warning, and then inventory remove CTX entity. Okay. Maybe I just shouldn't make items resizable. Make my life a hell of a lot less confusing. Okay, so self commands entity item insert in inventory cell. Okay, so then you work like self in by d, so it's like this, and then it's inventory is self dot in by d, and slot is slot. Okay, and then you say, yep, you're modified. Okay, so self current inventory insert inventory requires you to have a slot, which I believe you've already got, and then your cell type up here, spawn item at internal. I think, because again, at this point, you've probably already determined that it's in the right slot. So you are inventory, which is self.invid, and your slot index is slot. Okay, so you spawn at internal. So how do you work? So descriptor. Shape.layout, slot.layout clone if self.current inventory can fit to text shell. You return, no, you just return a boolean. Spawn out of my internal. So can fit tells me it can fit. Do you just call fit? Did you just, no, you just call can fit again. Wow, it kind of works. See, I don't think we should be calling can fit. I don't think it's actually a difference though. Because I'm trying to think like can fit is like for simplicity, you don't have to like be like is some. But I'm pretty sure can fit just runs the fit logic. Like can fit and then you just can fit. And then you just check to see if it collides. Oh, okay, so you only actually check to see if it collides with any items. So I'm trying to work out if there's a difference between can fit and fit. So fit, which takes in a cell type and a layout. So the first thing it has to do is check to see if it's got a slot. So we need to go like for index slot in self dot slots dot dot enumerate dot filter so it'll be like that, and then be like s and be like s dot accepts cell type. Right. If you get to here, you return none. So this is iter all slots filter out ones that don't accept this type. So it's a can accept filter. Filter, I believe, is if it returns true, must return true, false. Iterated closure determines and is yielded. Okay. Anyway, so we use shape and then we go for cell in slots layout. So in slot dot layout. Okay, not entirely sure. Sorry, slot dot shape. There you go. Iter cells. And then we say shape offset equals cells. Okay, so right. So can fit actually tries every spot, whereas and then tries every orientation. Whereas so fit does that, and can fit only literally checks to see if there's enough, like if the bounding boxes collide. If self dot can fit yeah, so we have to return index comma shape. This refactor is getting dumb. Okay, so fit item, which takes in an item descriptor and does the same thing, which is a pain in the ass. That's why we have the spawn internal, is because that. So add any. If let some fit, which is index comma fit. So shape dot offset self dot insert and slot is index. Okay. Add any is a little bit weird. Where's the error of here? The fit item is still having its issues. So can fit needs to return an option resize. And slot. And then you just need to return Otherwise, you just return none. Sorry, so it's underscore comma, like that maybe. Right. CanFit needs to return something because it's driving me spare that every time I use CanFit, it's like, oh, well, if let sum index equals CanFit. Wait, what? Why are you calling self.canFit? You already know what the index is. So not, also you would call slot.canFit. Right? You pass in the item shape and then we already know that this can accept it, which means it's shape and self.item. Something like that should then work. We come up here and we say let's shape something about you and say if self can fit okay, so it's if let sum index equals self can fit slot is index. That doesn't seem right. Okay, fine. Okay, fit item is to say you take in the item descriptor, which means that you say sizes, which takes in each cell type and its layout, and then we say the let some slot layout self.slot.get slot. Okay. For index slot in self dot slots dot enumerate dot filter s underscore s dot can accept slot type. All right, so then we go it's slot dot layout slot dot shape dot iter cells, and then we say shape dot offset equals cell if slot dot can fit if slot can fit. We don't need to pass in the slot type because we've already asserted that your slot type is correct. Can fit shape self. This is why I'm thinking maybe the slot should have the items, but it doesn't really matter at this point. It's like self spawn at internal. We modified spawn at internal because that takes in a slot now. So when we say fit item, self, okay, we call fit item, and fit item returns a use size, like so. Failed F. Okay. So that means that you fit item now returns the correct type. Self.current fit item. You return a U size, which means that you, when you say down here, you say, hey, slot type, you actually return index. Okay. Or slot type layout description, if slot type layout equals description slot layout. If self can fit not entirely sure. So somehow you've got the descriptor. So you need to do shape.layout. Wait. So this is how you're working out what cell type. And then you calling self can fit. This is on the inventory. When you call self.canFit, what type? So this is like if let some index equals that, and then we say self.insert item, and then we say index. Okay, so you can fit and you pass in slot type, and then you try that shape, and then we say self.insert. Okay. Says okay, so spawn item at, which is saying self.current inventory. Not. So descriptor size, self.shape.layout. Is none. Continue. Return self spawn item internal. So it's more like if let some index. I guess it's let some index else continue, and then you would be index. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. There's a lot of fucking reworking for the everything to never really not work, but anyway. Okay, let's go to item node and go node rendering, item node. So item node needs to work because item node is a canonically important thing, but it's pretty easy to fix because all we have to do is go find all instances of in inventory and replace it with .inventory. Well, copy, paste, copy, copy, paste. Okay, so instances of .1 become 1, and then .1 become the .slot index. I probably didn't need to find and replace for that, but anyway. So where is this inventory? Why has it disappeared? Okay, tint. Okay. Answer is comment that out because that's something that I've broken. And then you're the same because you're saying that you don't actually care what slot it's in. That's if let some image handle. Okay, get image else error return. Okay, so this is let size equal if let some return none. All right. So let me turn this into like a block so that I can do more than just one thing with it. We need to be like descriptor image. So do we have the access to the actual inventory? We do. Somewhere we are accessing the inventory, I'm sure of it. Probably when we iterate through all the items. Changed. Somewhere, item in inventory, descriptor, right, descriptor, in inventory. All right, if we move you down one more layer, then we'll have access to the inventory while we do use, which is easy. So let's inventory, get inventory else return asset, inventory asset not found. Right, so we can then go let slot equal inventory.get slot. But I don't think we keep track else. Can I return none? No, that's saying that that potentially could never return. Maybe not. Alright, so get slot, and that's going to be in inv dot slot index, and then you'd be like sum. No, so it's more like this gives us our slot. So when we like can I just question mark? A wish. No. Damn it. You kind of need to make this like a function so that it can just return. Anyway, I guess we just else none. This is like the opposite of never nesting. We're just going to nest absolutely everything. I mean, if I turn into a single bunch of statements. So we can say if let sum none else. Okay, so we get the slot. Then we say, because we can just click it and make it not a block anymore, I guess, and that would just work, because then now you're going to say that this returns none. You fall through. Okay, and then we say no. Okay, let's just make a little function to like fn get image, because I need to just be able to like do return. You return an image handle. So you return an option handle image and a u-vector like that. Okay, so you need to take in probably the slot, which is going to be a reference to a slot, and the item, which is a reference to the item descriptor. Just because I need to be able to like question mark my way back up, because it's just annoying not being able to. We're just going to say fix expand. No, go away. It's probably like super. No. So create inventory. Well, I think it's probably private. It's probably what's going on there. Not visible to the rendering thing. So to go to like here and go up, or is it down? Written. Make you public so that the rendering thing can see it. All right. So then we say slot. Right. So you take in a slot. You take in an item descriptor and you return that. And we say for slot type in slot dot accepts dot getter we can say if let some r equals item dot image. Oh, well, there you go. So I'll just do that here maybe then. We can get the image, which will return a specific image, or we can just say image. And we say that this is slot dot accept dot item. Why do you? Okay. Well, first off, you should probably accept that because okay. That fixes that, I guess. Okay, so you say let size equal, and then it's like if let some slot, and then we update the image, and then we say size is equal to this. Apparently we throw some kind of error here, but honestly I don't care anymore, so I'm just going to say none. Which actually means we can turn this into an and then get rid of this else here. And probably this opening, I think, and this closing. It looks hideous, but theoretically what it's doing is it's saying if this and this is allowed to access stuff that has access, then that gives us our size, which apparently we're just like never using, and we're just gonna go away. Okay, so we go to spawn. So this is going to be slot index and inventory. Okay. We are slowly getting there. We only have interactions left, and I honestly don't know what's left with interactions. I think it's just a matter of destination, insert item. We just need a slot, which means that we just need to go slot, and then we just say your destination is the slot. And the same thing with you, as it's place item. You need slot like that, and then we just need to be like destination can fit. So destination can fit. Okay, so I guess you do need cell type place item. Place item doesn't have a cell type, so. Well, again, we run with the assumption that if you get to a certain point, which takes in like self slot, which is a U size and an item shape, I guess. Shape, which is a 100% layout. And then this just returns a bool like so, and then it says instead of filtering through everything for the cell type, we just say if let some slot equals self dot get slot I mean else false, and then we just say slot dot can fit This is shape. Oh, you need a whole shape, not just a layout. Oh, well, that's my bad because I shape, and then your items is self dot. Okay, slot fit. Then we go up to here and we say instead of can fit, it's slot fits. And instead of doing we just say slot and shape. And then you return apparently you apparently return slot. I do reference to slot though. Okay. Apparently you don't need the cell type to insert an item. Moving item cell. Failed to find item inventory. Okay. We've finally reached the end of all of the fucking red lines. It has only taken like 3 hours. Right, so you now add slot, which means that we need to say, we'll probably add the slot to the thing. Then like slot. So your offset's going to be vec30, because again, this should just like look exactly the same. There should be no. Okay. So your shape is your shape, like so. This is your shape. This all goes away, and then wait for the circle here. Right. So you're still saying cannot find struct variant shape. Yeah, that's fine. So that means that was the AI that suggested it. That's fine. We're gonna go back to like lib here, go into our prelude and go, okay, the inventory with shape and slot. Slot. Like that. Alright, you have a slot. Means that you need an icon, and your icon is going to be asset server dot load, and it's going to be fallback. Wait, no, bbg slash copy. Paste that. So it's bbg slash that. Okay, so that works, and then accepts, which is going to be this cell type untyped dot collect. Was it like you do like hash set from? Something like that. Lovely. So let's just copy that, because I'm fairly sure, again, these are supposed to be kept in parity, which means that you should, in theory, just be spawning the same thing. You just don't have access to the asset server. Okay, asset server. And again, you need to import correct hash set. Okay, apparently we imported the incorrect hash set, so we control V that. Import Bevy platform. Yeah, that's the correct hash set. So that should mean that when I run this example, it should look exactly the same. And I'm going to be very sad when it doesn't. I just know it's not going to work, but like, I think it's crossed. I'm just hoping. I'm just, with all my might, I'm hoping that this is just going to work. Because all I've done is change from a hash map to an index-based thing, and I just had to fucking hunt down everywhere where I was using the thing. So the answer is apparently no. I missed somewhere, I think, maybe. So it's a path not fine, and it said bit error failed. Something panicked, which is interesting. But that's fine, I guess. That's why we write tests. Oh my god, it found empty segment. Found empty segment. The file at does not contain the labeled asset nor backpack. It contains the following one asset. Okay. So if I turn this off so it doesn't print out a million traces, it might actually allow me to get back to the error where it crashed. Because I can't actually reach the backtrace. It prints so much shit, which is kind of funny. But okay, it really crashes hard. Okay, so it says failure does not contain small backpack, which I don't quite know why, but okay. Yeah, failed to load. Why did it start crashing? Backtrace still even is fully there because it starts at like 4. Anyway, failed to load asset item lighter item with asset loader poly inventory loader failed to pass item descriptor file. Yeah. Okay, but like, why are you actually crashing? Like, what is the hard crash? Failed to load asset items top item with asset loader poly inventory item descriptor loader failed to parse item descriptor file. So it's failing there, but like they're not hard crashes they're asset crashes. All right, so I guess this is the one that actually took it out. Path does not exist. No? Path does not exist. Create poly inventory assets BBG. Oh, it's UI. I still can't see why it would be crashing because an asset is missing, but okay, maybe I'm an idiot somewhere, I don't know. So we go down here and go, when you load this, it's bbg slash UI slash, I can't imagine it's going to make a difference. We'll fix the other one just in case this actually is what's crashing it, and besides it needs to be fixed anyway. Slash UI. If it's crashing because an image is missing, that is incredible. No, it's frozen, so it's probably still crashing. Right, fit error failed. So it's failing. Okay, there's our panic failed to spawn empty bottle. Now, why did you fail? That is the question. So, wow, fit error failed. Very, very helpful there. So it was a fit error. It failed. So when we say spawn item, what do we do? So we get the item descriptor from the handle of the item descriptor, and then we say let cell type and then shape, and then we say self.current. So this must be where it's failing. It just said failed, which is annoying. My own fault for not. So that's the annoying part, isn't it? So we have to work out like, so for slot in slot type size, for item in for items loaded. So for item index for orientation, for cell in slot dot shape dot it is cells. shape.offset.cell if slot can fit shape. Okay, so I want to go something like maybe like info trying to fit item type name. All right, I'm just going to run that again and go, at some point it should say that it's trying to fit the empty bottle. Because the issue is that I'm like, that empty bottle should definitely fit. But I may have broken something that means the empty bottle may actually not be guaranteed to fit. It definitely should still be guaranteed to fit, because we're trying to spawn the empty bottle at 0, 0 with orientation. So it should be like the very first thing we try to spawn. Okay, so it said found empty segment 0 to 24. Okay, 24 to 29, 29 to 51, 51 to 50. Okay, I don't know what these found empty segments are about, but anyway. Okay. Failed to load asset. Why are these assets failing to load, actually, is a better question. Because that would explain why it's failing to do the thing, is it's failing to load the asset, which means that when it tries to spawn the water bottle, trying to fit item watertight. Well, W. Trying to fit item watertight, trying to fit item watertight, trying to fit item nothing. So where the fuck are you even loading these items from? You say loot table and loot table does something. From world, it loads inside of my. Ignore all that stuff that's really broken. Let's go with this. Items. You are trying to load bottle. You, for some reason, trying to fit item watertight. This has its own inventory, so that's actually incorrect. Why are you trying to? Right, so something about how we load items, I guess. I don't know how I fucked this up so badly. Alright, so these all failed to load because of something. It's like missing a field, apparently. I may have broken this ages ago, because I may have tweaked something when I was doing my other thing, and then I haven't been running examples in between. So when we loaded items, we go to inventory and we go to item. This is an item descriptor. When I load an item, for block in rest, this loads the sub items, which is, I guess, fine. Failed to pass item descriptor file. Well, that's all it says. Oh, well. That would probably help a little bit, because that'll tell me why it's failing. But anyway, it's in the load item descriptor. It's saying it failed to load the item descriptor. And it said failed to parse item descriptor. That's what it says here, I believe. It failed to pass item descriptor. And then it says why. Why do you use, okay, so if body contains and you're in mode inventory. Alright, let's get with a rerun and go, because I'm still trying to get how you're uncovering tint components. We should really refactor this whole fucking thing. If anything, we should probably just actually like build a proper deserializer instead of whatever the monstrosity that I call this thing. Anyway, so phone to off. So it's just like name, phone, on, size, image. So why are you failing to parse it? Stop that. Let's rerun the UI example and see if why does it actually think that it's failing? Like, what is it actually failing at? This says failed to parse. Which does also mean it's quite an old piece of code that it's hitting, because as you can see, like, I actually do have some debugging stuff. Anyway, so what it says, it failed to spawn empty water bottle, fit fails, yeah, okay. But I'm pretty sure the fit failed because it's trying to fit item watertight, comma, W, which is not a valid thing. So how are you getting there? So first we come up here and go, how are you failing? Failed to pass invalid name line on open. And that's in phone. So there's something about maybe my piece of code that grabs the name. That's interesting. Invalid line. Invalid name line. Okay, so item. So if head is empty, if head starts with, so that just skips stuff. Set mode. And then we say everything else hits parse line, which is kind of funny. So then it's obviously in parse line where we do something with a name. We split the name and say parse next. Invalid name line. We split it to colon. And we say parts next. Skip the name colon. If let some new name parts dot next. Next dot push stir new name dot trim. And then we say okay. That's it. So why is it saying that it's an invalid? That's the only place. I'm almost certain that's the only place. Yep. So you're saying that I can't get there because somehow I'm passing the word on open parentheses. Right. So how do we... Why is that its own line? So while let head body consumed, extract segment. Okay. The extract segment is going awry. So extract segment is somehow extracting the name all the way up to the phone. So it's extracting all of that and then hitting this and getting stuck. So we probably need to do something that doesn't do that. Well, that's fun. So when I extract a segment, which is that's inside here, isn't it? Yeah, inventory I. So I need to maybe not be extracting a segment until after we've decided that we're in a line that needs a segment extracted. Because it's picking up on it. It's just somehow the extract segment is catching on as its own segment. Yes, well, welcome to the stream. I'm getting very confused about my own code because I haven't touched it in ages, and I at some point broke it and didn't realize because I have been running my example because I keep tweaking it when I'm in a different project just to make it do what I want. So just to catch up, what seems to be happening is that I have this extract segment which is supposed to pull out like everything between parentheses kind of thing, like it pulls out a block. The issue is that the names of the items have parentheses in them, which means it's pulling out this and parsing it correctly, and then it's hitting this and not parsing it correctly. So yeah. The answer is don't have on and off as part of your name, but I mean, the obvious thing to do would be to say when we say extract segment, we just check to see if we're inside of a string. Because this returns an option to say that it did extract a segment, and it returns the... I don't even remember what you're doing. So if char equals this and split equals 0, then split plus equals 1. So it's splitting on the colon and returning the value. Everything after the colon. So it's saying it's an invalid name line because I'm saying parse the name, and it's passing in something and then just on as the name. So a little bit annoying. Failed to load asset water bottle.item. Invalid name line water bottle. So we are obviously stripping name off correctly. Name.parseString. But it's just never finding a second segment. Well, that's interesting. That also implies that the water bottle is doing a little bit of funkiness. So the name is expecting it to still have its prefix of name, which is interesting. Somehow it's not having its prefix of name. Well, it probably is actually, and it's just that like returning nothing. On mod description. Okay, so extract segment. Okay, maybe what I'm doing is because I'm extracting segment here and saying head and body, and then we pass in head, and then we parse the line and we pass in body. And because of how I was doing it before, name should be like the only one that expects, but name was expecting to be passed the entire line. Because but now name is being passed. Well, still incorrectly. It's somehow getting the parentheses stuff, but that's fine. But that does mean like maybe I can just like not split that off because it's not getting. That's why everything else is failing, is because it's getting like, hey, lighter is being passed in. So we can just do something like this and say name is push string Which we don't even need to do that with name, I guess. So if we're going to do that, we might as well just take name out entirely, I guess. And then we can just put name up here as one of the ones that we do up here. Mode name, and we just say name equals body.trim.toString. Sure. So that should at least fix the name section of it. It's probably going to crash on something else now, but at least it won't be getting invalid names. What are we going to go back to, like examples? Where is it? Examples. So when I run this, it should stop like at least 90% of the items from crashing. They're still not working properly, but it should at least stop most of the items crashing. Most of them are crashing on their name because they're basically ripping the name out. Hey, and then it's trying to fit, and so now the what it's trying to fit has a lot more stuff to it. Not entirely sure why. So that's somehow it's getting this as the slot, as a valid slot for So it's trying to fit this item. So you're saying that you failed to fit the item, and that trying to fit item. So this is apparently the name of the item, which is incorrect. So I need it to maybe like debug out what it's doing. So my extract segment is clearly what's busted here. So when we come down here and we say extract segment, we need to go. So we have a head and a body. And we're like, I need to info. Head, comma, body. So it appears that it's overriding the name because I'm printing out the name of the item, which means that it's probably not switching modes correctly, which means it's probably not picking up on inventory being on a new line. So what I'm wondering, because I don't actually remember how I do my extraction at all, this code is completely foreign to me, is that it's probably doing something like inventory : nothing, and then inventory new line. So if we go up to when it's like trying to parse it, apparently it just, okay, so it said head was name : oh, that's interesting. Maybe it's just never hitting name. And then the body was off, tin can, lighter, watertight. Wait, what? First off, why is it only getting to here on each item? So we hit water bottle, tarp, on, flashlight. And then it panics because that's weird. First off, it's not printing everything out, but maybe that's because it's panicking before it. No, it can't be doing that. So they are starting with name. It's just like when it extracts the name. That's so weird. Why does my extract code just like not work properly? Probably because I suck at doing this. So extract block. Extract segment. Maybe it's extract segment that's wrong. Extract segment. Right, what does extract segment actually return? So start split 0 char indices. So we say char's next. Char, if char equals new line, and start does not equal max. I'm very confused about how it turned name and then stripped all of the phone out. If char is white space, continue. If start equals max, then start equals I, and split equals I. Wait, what? Well, that doesn't make any sense. So that's probably what's gone wrong there. So you return start : split. But start and split got equal. That equal to each other. Oh, split equals I. So start. Okay, yeah. So if any character isn't white space, then this gets hit. And split gets set to here. And then we say if char equals something and split does not equal 0, equals wait, and split equals if char equals colon, if char equals colon and split equals 0 and split equals I plus 1. I feel like this is the bug, but maybe not. It's saying if you hit char and split equals 0, then split is I plus 1. But that doesn't seem right. You have to have hit at least one non-blank character. I think this is not equal, is what this is supposed to be. Then you would be, the split is equal to I plus 1, because when you hit here, the char that we're looking at is the separating char, which means we want to set split to that character plus 1. And then we want to say that start is start the split, and then the block is extract block, and then used is I plus used, and used comes from how many we extracted out of the block. Okay, that might fix it, because what I think it's saying is you can only hit, you'd only hit that if you don't hit something else. I don't fucking know, actually. That doesn't make any sense in my head why I would have said, why split would need to be equal to 0, because that's saying that if you hit a colon and you haven't split yet, like that's why it would be like, and not 0, because 0 is saying you haven't actually found the name yet. It's still loading. Yes, it's failed to load asset water bottle item with asset loader poly item descriptor loader missing size X and Y. Hey, it actually like got somewhere though. It didn't crash. Like all the asset loaders crashed apparently. I guess it must have successfully loaded the water bottle. Descriptor not found. So they must be considered. I'm probably checking to see if they're loading, which means if they fail to load, it's considered loaded. Okay, so failed to load asset missing X and Y. So First up, you said you found size. And then the bot. Okay, so this is probably inside of phone off by the fact that that crashed immediately after. No, it has to be inside of the water bottle. So why the fuck does the water bottle? It didn't fail to load for some reason, which I find even more strange. So this has to be inside the water bottle. No. The water bottle can load. This is bottle because the fact that watertight is only in bottle, right? I don't think any of the others. You're the only one that has an inventory called watertight. Right, so this has to be bottle that's failing. For some reason, it's hitting size. And for some other unknown reason. Found empty segment 0 through 19. So they are, I think, hitting size. So you said, right, first thing you said is found empty segment 0 through 16. 0, 19, 0, 17. Okay. Head, name, body, phone battery, size, body's empty, body, size, body's empty, size, body. So they're finding the word size, but they're not finding any more information. And my bet is because we're stopping on a new line. Right. So we need to do something that's like items. When we extract segment, we say if the new line and start is equal to max so we found the chart. So it should have found size because it should have hit this. And then when we said extract block, I honestly I recommend keeping a number of additional crates to a minimum, but that's like me, like I like how things like I like to know how things work. But as far as like really good crates for like if you don't want to care about doing certain things, Leafwing Input Manager is great for like letting you just like write actions as like an enum of walk left, jump, walk right, that kind of thing, and then you can like just keybind them. Like you don't have to do like all the different things. You can just say, walk left is bound to A, and it's also bound to the right arrow, and it's also bound to the controller joystick. It's also bound to, like, you can just bind them all, and then you only have to check, did the player move right, rather than having to check like every key binding. You just check like it's a separate thing, similar to how Bevy has like the input thing, but you can make like custom inputs that you can bind. The other one I would recommend is if you want to do physics, is called Rapier. So there's Bevy Rapier, which is basically like a physics crate that's then wrapped and then given. So from what I understand, to make it faster and also not grind your game to a halt if the physics is being slow, Rapier runs sort of its own thread and does its own thing. And the way that you ask Rapier to populate information is you attach the component. So if you put a velocity component onto a rigid body, like an entity that has a rigid body, Rapier will pull the information out of its simulation and populate that component, but only for the entities that you actually put the component on, and only for the like components that you actually provide. So if you want like to only like care about the velocity of certain types of objects, you can only put the velocity component on. Rapier obviously keeps track of all the velocities because it needs it for physics, but it'll only like spend the time transferring across the velocities you've actually asked for. So it's pretty good. It's pretty fast as well. As for that, I don't really use very many external crates. I want to get into that more. Like I'd love to do like crate spotlights and stuff like that, but I don't use them is the issue, which is a bad on me kind of thing. But like, yeah. So So I think I've copy pasted this code from somewhere, because what this appears to be doing is if block type open char, if stack, if block type open, if stack is empty, start equals I, stack dot push. So I think what this is telling me is that things are broken because it won't check a new line for me. So when I extract a block, I just need to say the start. So it needs to be like usize max, because that's a way of saying like it's not been set yet. And then we say if char dot is white space and start equals usize max, then continue. If well, I guess it's more like if it equals white space, continue. Nothing happens on a white space, I don't think. And then we say if start does not equal usize max. No, if usize max start equals I. So if you get here and it's set, if it's not been set, set it. Let's see if you get to there. I think that should be right. My issue is that it's this is just going to pull like the rest of everything in. Yeah, it is. This is telling me that my item system is terrible. All right. We should probably just actually do this as a... How do I do this as like a not an obnoxious way of rewriting this? I think we just turn it into a... So we go like item, and then we just like refactor everything so that it just uses RON and I don't have to fuck around with this thing the whole time. So just make it to make it use RON, what we need to do is go up to our item descriptor up here. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this because I don't care. And then, okay, I guess we need to go down here and be like load item descriptor. So we're going to rename this into like load item descriptors. And then I guess we just leave all that stuff alone now. And we go fn load item descript. Yeah, so load item descriptor. And then we're going to take in stir, which is going to be our stir. Right, and this is going to return a result item descriptor, comma, load error. Well, wait, load error. Maybe we don't do load error. What was it called? It's called like a item descriptor, load item descriptor error. Except I feel like maybe I want to say you don't do anything, because then I can just like load it in place, and you are going to need the ctx No. You will load a... You will return an item descriptor or an error. So we go down here and we say let mute d equals stir so ROM the deserializer from stir. I don't know what that's going to do. Run error, which is then like is that there is no real world editor? Do you have any experience in a project? I did a similar voxel engine. There is, I don't know how to update some of them are, but I was working on like with someone helping him keep update was it's like Bevy Garnet, or was it Bevy Granite? One or two. And that was like a visual editor. There's also a couple of editors that like someone's doing one that's like they're AI coding it, so they're apparently getting a lot of flack from that because the first like half of their GitHub is saying, yes, I know it's AI, it's vibe coded, but like screw off, I don't care. So there's that, you can give it a shot, but that one I find far too opinionated. That feels like it's trying to look like Unity, and you know, so they're doing a lot of weird stuff with that one. Outside of that, like just have a look around and you can probably find an editor or two. The issue is that like because Bevy keeps updating, like a lot of the editors that I've used in the past aren't maintained anymore. So like there used to be the Bevy editor, please, but I've had to port that a few times and I don't actually know how it works. So I just port it enough to have it like compile and not crash immediately. But that means that like over like 3 or 4 ports, it lost a lot of functionality and it basically is not very good anymore. And I also haven't done that in like 3 or 4 ports. So it would probably take a while to get that back up to date. But there are just a few people out there that are maintaining their own editors. The other option is, because it is kept up to date, because I believe the guy that maintains it's the guy that's currently working on the Bevy editor, like they're going to be in-house one, which is their Bevy Inspector. So it's a bit hard to show. I guess one. So this is the Bevy Inspector. So it like lets you like view the values, and if it's something that like implements it, you could edit them. So like I can change like the background color or something. Maybe make it not transparent. Not very useful. Do you have a child or something? You do. So we can go down here and be like, somewhere it's going to say like image node there. So we can change like the tint and like, so you can do this at runtime. It's not a necessarily like a save the world editor, but it doesn't take very much to make like a, because you can make extensions for this, like little extra panels and stuff. So you can just make like a panel that has like a save button that like exports everything in the world. But yeah, it's not the easiest thing to have like an editor at the moment because of the fact that it keeps breaking. It's not that confusing. I find it very annoying when it gets nested, and the previous version was horrendous. It didn't hide observers, and there's a lot of observers. So it was like really annoying to find anything because it was just like a cloud of observers whenever you started an application. Now they actually let you hide them. You can also search for things like if I say like player, that's not gonna do anything because there's no player. But like you can actually just like search, and it like annoyingly, if you do like that because it does the parenting, if I would search for player, if I did have a player and they weren't a root node, it would display their parent, and I'd have to open their parent and then open the child and open like until you get down to it. Like it's actually kind of annoying that it doesn't just show you the entity that you're searching for; it shows you the topmost entity in the root. It's funky, but like as I'm saying, people use the Bevy Inspector like because it gives you the ability to reflect values like that. No, I haven't heard of them. French broom. I'll just quickly look them up, see if I've seen them. French broom. Quick level loading for Bevy, more specifically what for Bevy workflows. Broom.map. Okay. that's cool. The issue with these is I don't use the third-party programs that they're using. Like someone suggested using the Game Dev Toolkit or whatever it's called, DNTK or something, because there's a Bevy plugin that lets you load sorry, I'm getting distracted reading the Wikipedia stuff. It lets you like load that particular type of save file in, so you can edit it in the LDTK editor, and then like it automatically reloads it into Bevy, and you can like interact with it to make it like do certain things. And it's like it looks really cool, but because I don't use LDTK, I'm trying to learn two tools at once. So not only do I have to try and work out how to make it mesh with Bevy, I have to work out how it even works in the first place, which just ends up not being much fun. The Bevy looks kind of cool. I vaguely remember, I don't know if it is Bevy or if it was a different one, seeing videos on the subreddit of someone like making it so that you can edit things in Blender, and then when you save in Blender, it automatically like exports and reloads it into Bevy, so you can use Blender as your editor to edit your level, and then like it's automatically reloaded as you go, which is pretty cool. Scanning result. ROM the apparently that doesn't work. Scanning error. Okay, cool. So we have the deserialize it, and then we can be like d dot. We have to like use serde deserialize, or is it deserialize er deserialize. Then we go like d dot. I want to say it's like deserialize any. That seems annoying. People. Deserialize, yeah, that's annoying. We can deserialize a map. The issue is we have to give it our own visitor, and then that visitor, and it's just a pain in the ass. So we'd be like, let like struct item the asset, which is then going to be like name string description string. What else do we have? So it's going to end up being like this, which is going to be annoying, but anyway. Something like that. It's gonna be so annoying to have to reformat all those things. Anyway, so name, we go here, we go, okay, so we're gonna have size, which is going to be a hash map of not entity, cell type, comma, unit of, actually we can probably just say uvec2, because I think that does just save that way. Then we can say image, which is then going to be a hash map, but this time it's going to be of a tuple of string, cell type into a string, comma, uvec2, something like that. And then everything else I think I can just ignore. That might work. So then we can be like derive deserialize on you. Yeah, doesn't like cell type, but that's fine. We'll work on that. we go something. Something. Oh, wait, that's work. So let asset equals deserialize oh, it's a second d.deserialize. Wow, no, it's item asset deserialize. Maybe go run from stir it. Pop that up. Then we can get rid of these two and do that. Okay. So you would be a item D asset like that. There we go. Yeah, I'd like the idea of when people like repurpose like another open source project rather than like making their own editor. It's like, oh yeah, like now if you know how to navigate Blender, you can just like make Bevy things. Because you can also, from what I remember, because again, it's been like a year or so since I was looking into it, but you could like define components inside of Blender so that you could actually like edit the component and it would export the component in a way that would then be loaded into Bevy. So you could like set up your Blender environment so you could actually tweak things and like actually use it as a full-blown editor, which is kind of like really cool to me, at the very least. Can I enable deserialize for cell type? So we need like DE deserialized. So we need to be like deserializer dot deserialize I guess we're going to let C equals stir the surely string does it. Not string deserialize deserializer. And then we can say something like okay. Cell type from stir C. Annoying. There's probably a way to do that, but yeah. Do you return? Right. I think the issue is that I've got some kind of dumb thing where it's infallible, so we just like no, I'm gonna just make it its own thing. Anyway, so you do that, and then we say item descriptor. We just be like name is asset.name. Name. Your description is asset.description. Your size is asset.size.map. Into editor.map. Yes. C and S, and then you would return C, comma, collect image, which is then asset dot image dot map into editor dot map c and path and size, which is then we're going to say c and comma. What do you need this to be? Something like that. Yeah, okay. So then we go. You need the context because you're actually going to be able to load the images. So ctx, which is then a mute load context. Path. So load context. ctx.load path and size dot collect. What else are you missing? Oh, yeah, wrap. Okay, that's a good idea. What else are you missing? The right 30 default. Okay, so tint and sub inventory don't exist, and I'm just going to ignore them for now. Tint, I believe, is another hash map, so I'm just going to say default, and sub inventory is again none. Okay, that should just make that load those, and then we get to come here and we just be like let for block in data.split item. We go if first. Okay, so first off we go let item equals load item descriptor block and ctx. If let okay item else continue. If first first if it's false, and we say ctx dot wait. Error it's like parse error, I don't know. What was it called? Like load item descriptor error, parse error, no data found. Right, then we go here and we go first and we say first equals item. So if first is error, first equals okay item. Else. Just let, isn't it? Got toString. Okay, so we do this, we split this, we do this, and we go down here and we say first. So then we go here and we go, okay, so if you're not the first item, then we say ctx dot add labeled asset. Item dot name, and the asset is item. Now, I do feel like I'm supposed to do something with this. Fine. We're going to say let new blocks equals data dot split. Pattern is item. Then we say let first equal load item descriptor block dot next. Unwrap, I guess, passing the context. Alright, then we go for and then we return first and we go, okay, so don't bother with any of this crap. The issue is that they're loading the descriptor. We need to be like, let mute labeled equals ctx dot begin labeled asset, and then second move ctx, and then we go you get new ctx, new ctx. Right, so you get that, which means that when we get to here, we can say new context dot finish. We pass in item. Okay, so we do that, which gives us our loaded asset, and then can we say like ctx dot add. This adds a loaded asset, which takes in the A. Okay, and then this is add loaded labeled asset, which is then to say clone, and then we pass in name and yes. Now, for some reason, you seem to think that you want to have a handle to it, which concerns me that they're all going to unload, but that should be fine. So the way this works is we're splitting on name. Don't split on it again. You pass in blocks. We take the first entry and we pass that as our final result, which is our main asset. And then we iterate through and go any other asset after the first one. So after, if there is a second item declared, then add them as labeled items. That should maybe work. It's not going to work because they're going to be the wrong shape, but Like, I think all I need to do is like do that. And it's going to yell at me that they're not strings, but you know, we can go around that. Right, so I guess we run it and we see what it spits out. Because theoretically it's going to tell me that they're all not going to work. So maybe we should make it load only the water bottle. Because that should be the easiest to convert, like just a single item. So somewhere we have like the loot table from what we should probably like comment out all but the first two. We should probably also like not be using the athletic. Okay. So let's like not load all but those two. So it says run that. It should crash immediately again because again like the water bottle isn't finishing loading is what's going wrong there. So you need to become a ROM. You become a string, you get a comma. Gotta go like, why did you actually crash? You said descriptor not found. Description not found. Okay, that's fine. Why did the ROM fail to load? Failed to load by failed to load asset with asset loader. But it didn't tell me why. Failed to load asset with asset loader item. Again, it didn't tell me why. It says colon. Why are you not telling me? Did I just like not make this? Yeah, okay. Ron failed to parse. Right. There we go. Now it'll actually spit out the error. I'm just going to finish fixing up the water bottle because, you know. So we're going to go something like this. So it's going to be description. So name is water bottle. You go something more like that, and then that. The image is the same thing where it's going to go colon. This is a string. This is a unit. They all need commas at the end. Trailing comma, trailing comma, trailing comma, trailing comma. Oh, that's probably too many trailing commas at that point. Alright, so that should like load the water bottle at the very least. So you take the water bottle, paste it down here, and go, okay, so take the word empty. And then item bottle. Empty bottle. And empty plastic bottle. Okay. So it kind of works. That I think. So it failed to do things like the lighter. Okay. Again, I'm going to copy the water bottle because it's easier just to copy paste and then like modify what actually changes. So there's like a lighter. 1 by 1. 1 by 1. Name is lighter. And then just get rid of all of that stuff. And you don't have a description. Thank you. Alright, so the lighter should work, the top should work. Yeah, I'm more accurately copying someone else's game, but yes, I am building a game in terms of like that is the end goal here. I'm porting a game that I have on Steam to be like up to date and like use modern software so it doesn't take forever to load. The game's Neo Scavenger. It's written in Flash, so it's horrendously slow sometimes, and has some like weird quirks that I'm just like porting it for my own personal amusement and streaming it for the sake of like teaching others. Right. So what did it spit out as being like, why did it go wrong? So it said, failed to load asset water bottle. Expected opening for struct. Wait, expected opening. So it doesn't expect them to be curly, but I thought I don't. It's weird. Alright, let's take a look at item for a second. Maybe we should serialize one just so that we know what it's supposed to look like. So it's saying, well, this is going to be quicker because it's not going to need to recompile, but theoretically what it's saying is bottled water is supposed to be like that. And now, if I run the example again, because I didn't actually change any of the code, it should instantly run. And then it's going to tell me that it failed to do everything else, but actually doesn't make any sense because that means the bottle of water is still failing. That bottle of water is the only one that I think needs to pass because it panics if the bottle of water fails. Failed to load asset lighter. Yeah, okay. So now the lighter is the one that's failing, which is to say do that and do that. The other bottle should also be able to be like loaded like so. Cursor, mouse on text. Run. Wait, no, this is not the example I want to run. I want to run this example and go. Where are we up to now? Okay, so it's saying the water bottle is still loading, apparently. Right, what is your problem? So you said you're still loading. Failed to load item lighter, expected a string. Expected a string? Where? Failed to load asset, item, lighter, item, expected a string. I bet it's because I don't think anything else is there. It's supposed to be a string. So it's saying couldn't do whatever this is phone battery because it expected no parentheses. Did the water bottle actually load though? So it fails on line 3, character 12 in, let's go to bottle. Line 3, character 12. Yeah. So it's expecting those to be strings. It's a pain in the ass because I just don't want them to be strings. There's definitely something I could do, but it was like a pain in the ass to make like a visitor, and so string deserialize doesn't work. Maybe it's a string visitor. So we go deserializer.visit deserialize string. I don't know. I don't think string has visitor yet. So there was a whole fucking thing that I was doing. Well, I mean, you could pretty easily be like cell type any, and then we could be like because I think we're implementing deserialize on cell type anyway, and then you go like import what's it like Brain's going to sleep. So Surdy the visitor for cell type. Expecting formatter dot write format. No, just write. Sure. Expect stir question mark. Then you can leave that, and we can go fn visit borrowed stir. That'll work fine, and then we can say v, and then we can just say cell type from stir v dot expect. No, dot unwrap, and then we just okay. You need a d lifetime, and you need a type value which is equal to self. Okay, so you return that, which then we bubble up, and then we say we just return C. I guess at that point you just don't even bother bubbling it up. Just it's not deserialized, because it definitely worked as a deserialized string, but it was you want to like deserialize. Here's any. And we'll let you work out what you expect. Maybe that might work. Because it's going to deserialize be deserializing a struct, but it's going to be hitting like whatever it uses to do key value pairs. Which means it's going to deserialize something. Like, what did it expect? Yeah, descriptor not found, item descriptor. But why did you panic? Expected expect stir, but found a unit value instead. Mm-hmm. You mean you found a unit value? Expected struct, but found name. That's in top. Okay. Expect string. Is that what I've just written in my expect? Because the issue is I don't actually know what type it's going to give me. Yeah, expected expect stir. But a unit value but found a unit value instead. Visit unit. What do you mean you found a unit value? Can I just tell you it's a string? Because like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would it be getting a unit value? There's nothing in that would be a unit value. No, I'm going to working on the other one. More items, I guess. So we have the bottle, so the ladder is working. The top is not working. So we'll wrap the top like so, put a comma, give you some curly braces. Curly braces. You do that. You do that. And then your curly brace, and then your comma, and then your new line, and then you close that. And you do that. There you go. Okay, what did it yell at me? It said item descriptor, couldn't find the item descriptor. Okay. Failed to load asset bottle of water because expecting string. Okay, I don't get it. There's definitely a way of doing that. Maybe it's because it's a struct and therefore I'm not allowed to expect a string. But like when I'm deserializing a struct I can. So the trick with that one would be to say unit struct see, because it's not like deserialize fucking. Well, there is a unit like the unit takes in visitor v, but doesn't actually tell you anything about like literally nothing in here can be like, oh yeah, you did it. Visit unit, like there's no information. You tell me what the error type is. Okay. Which deserialize unit. So you're annoying. How do I deserialize an enum? Can I deserialize an enum? I don't think I can. New types rocked. Visit unit, visit string, visit sequence, visit none, visit map, visit enum. My variant. V. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you can either get the variant seed. I mean, surely I can then pass in self. So we have to be like temple. Is this how you? Is it like de 30 d deserialize seed de for cell type deserialize, and then can we like deserializer dot deserialize identifier? That would work. Wait a second, does that mean that I can visit to do, and then I want to go shut up and be like deserialize identifier? Does that work? Deserializing identifier is exactly what I want to do, and I feel like Ron must turn that into a string, but it's like, for some reason at the moment, it's expecting it to be wrapped in quotes, which is annoying because I don't want to wrap everything in quotes that's a string. So in theory, if I can get to this and it panics at the to-do instead of the expected stir, then that would imply not yet implemented. That looked about right. Did you just panic at not yet implemented? Panic at... Yes, visit string. Okay, which means that we get to go self from stir v dot unwrap. Okay. Ta-da. Okay, that should mean that we can now turn any string, anything that turns up will be turned into a valid thing, because it parses it as if it's a word and then passes it to me as a word instead of requiring it to fucking quotes wrapping it. And then I can just pass it in. It's like if it matches one of the ones that exists, we use that one. And if it doesn't, we just put it in the thing. Yeah. Red compute panicked at expected. Okay. So something's still not loading, right? But that's fine. So lighter, unknown escape character. So line 4 of the lighter. Ah, yes, the lines are slashing in the wrong direction, aren't they? Right, I need to grab this thing. Come down here and be all like, poly inventory, new folder, .vs code, paste in my settings, and then in my settings, I want to say, get rid of that, and then it's item. Does that mean that these now show up as ROM files? Apparently not. Oh. So it's saying it can't do it. Whatever. So Phone battery needs to be wrapped in parentheses. Then we need to go string, string, wrap you like that, comma, 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 wrap you like that, then you into a string with a comma, 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 you need to be wrapped, you need to be wrapped, you need to be wrapped, you need to be wrapped. These need to face the other way because fuck Windows and it's defaulting to the wrong fucking slash. And with you. Okay, so phone, battery, water bottle, water bottle. Catch a packet, lighter is going the other way, good. Phone on, phone off, tarp needs to go the other way. And then I think that's it. Is that all the items that we load? I guess we can find out if it fixes any of them. We go to examples, we run this, we run this, we go, are any of them working now? Probably not, but a massive pause implying that it's freezing up. Alright, I couldn't find the item descriptor. Yes, I know about that one. So why did you fail to load? You failed to load this because unexpected option. Okay. Failed 10:17 to 11:15. This is in phone battery. 10:17, which I'm guessing is here, to 11:15. Right. I don't want it to be an option. Right, well that's easy to fix because that's more of a like if I format it correctly. So we go into, so if you're not aware what it's doing, is because I've said that the description is optional, it's expecting it to be wrapped in an option. The item descriptor is optional. But what I want to actually do down here is when we load the item descriptor, when we like deserialize it, it's not optional, it just defaults. So if it's not there, it's just going to be an empty string. And then here we say if is empty, none, else sum assets.description. So we're saying if it's an empty string, if we didn't load anything, it's an optional none. Because that means I don't have to wrap everything in fucking sum. Just it being there is enough to know that it exists. Anyway. The other option would just be to always have a description, and then, like, again, if it's an empty string, just ignore it. Anyway. Where's my run example? Yeah. This has to recompile because we modified the fucking actual code. But now it shouldn't be looking for options. Okay. So now it managed to spawn the water bottle. It failed to spawn the empty bottle, does not fit. Okay, that's fine though. Why did it crash this time? Out of bounds. Fixed item 3. Yeah, well, maybe just like don't grab that item. I want to like clean up all this code. I don't think we are spawning random. Oh no, this is the fill items. We probably do want to leave that. God, this is taking fucking forever. How long have we been working at this? Like 5 hours. Okay, this was supposed to be a very simple thing because I'm like, oh, the inventory system's already up and running. I can just drop it onto the item and make it render, and then it's just about like adding items to the player's inventory. But no, okay. Well, outside of the fact that they apparently are all rendering as water bottles, maybe we're only spawning water bottles. Failed to spawn random item, failed to spawn random item. All the other items are failing to spawn. But I mean, I don't know where the water bottle went. I think I just destroyed it. Well, a little bit strange. Like something's very wrong, apparently. It also annoys me that that this ends up underneath. Anyway, so test inventory, and this is what curse inventory. The test inventory has all these items in it. So when I pick something up, apparently I just can't. Okay, weird. So does the one slot, which has the one icon, is an offset of this accepts untyped. Its offset is 0, 0. Its rectangle is 50 by 30. In slot 0 is at offset 111. So we have to find like entity like 500 and something and work out which entity that is actually. 504. There you go. So that's the item, the rendering item. One of these two is rendering it, so we're going to go image node. Okay, so apparently that's at offset 111. I guess that makes sense. So now I've picked you up. In inventory, 0, 0. So you're actually in the hand. You just can't see it for some reason. Rendering is, say, 439. Okay, no sub inventory. No, 504. 504 is the item. It's just like the water bottle. It's not being rendered by anything. That's interesting. When I put it back, it still disappears. Right, so it's only when the inventory gets updated. Something's just terribly wrong. Okay. So my guess is that it's not updating, that it's picking something up. And so the re-render code isn't being run. Okay. Also, don't know. Failed to spawn random item does not fit. To work that out. Anyway, it's probably that like the phone batteries or something don't go somewhere. So how do I get you to re-render? When I pick up an item, it's obviously like the inventory interaction stuff that's not working. interaction, cursor. No. So detect drop. No, it's detect pickup. So we trigger a pickup interaction. So try pickup, I think is what we actually trigger. Pickup item. Yeah. All right. So this is the item, and this is the offset. Okay. If cursor is empty, so it's not saying that. It's just that I don't think it's getting the, and so we get the item. So the origin is, this is the item you clicked on. Cursor hold to item. Origin. I don't even know why we're bothering getting the item, being like, hold, okay. So when you call hold, give the inventory manager, which has it immediately. So self.inventory picked origin is origin. If let some origin and self inventory to origin. Else. Hit item. So something's just not triggering that it managed to fit the item. Okay, so like presumably because there's an item in my inventory, if I do anything, no. Why are you just like not rendering? Wait. So you're not in my hand. It's the item I'm currently holding is 498, which is the water bottle, which is in the inventory, but it's not being rendered by anything. But why is it not being rendered by anything? Am I just like not rendering the cursor inventory? That'd be kind of funny. Test inventory node is rendering those two. Cursor slot. Nope, rendered inventory. So, wait, slots is an empty list. Huh. Okay, so there's no slots in the cursor inventory, I think is what it is trying to tell me. So when do we spawn the cursor inventory then? Single with cursor slot. So it's got to be like U, right? Calc offset, test calc offset. Try pickup. When do I spawn the cursor? Is it higher up? Cursor plugin. Visuals. Alright, so this spawns the cursor icon. Cursor.inventory. Cursor. Okay, so we have to be like mute. It's going to be like Add slot. Wait a second, that's why there's no slot. Why? I still don't get why it's not rendering an item. Vec 3 0. Icon is default. Accepts cell type any dot into, and shape is UVec2 1 orientation degree 0 and so this is an IVec2, and your layout is layout rect UVec2 0. That's interesting because this should work even without the slot, because the items should be rendered, I guess like maybe they are only rendered under the slot. Unclear. I just think it's not getting the items, maybe. I just don't think it's detecting the change, is what I think is going on. Like, I think somewhere I fucked up the change detection, and so now it's not detecting that the inventory was updated. And so it's not rendering the items. Because they technically render independent. Something didn't like that. Invalid span 0. Okay. Yeah, I didn't like that because I gave it a size 0, I think. Right. Yeah. I'm going to continue not rendering that. I'll just comment that out for now. So it an offset, offset 0 and a size 1. So that's where I fucked up. But I think I'm correct in that it's probably just not updating. So if we go to our rendering and we go to our render node and we go to inventory node, no. So item node, mod. All right. So this is update inventory node, and this is style inventory node. So this is spawn inventory node. So when we say update inventory node, I need you to say info updating inventory. Right. All right. I don't know why that's what I've done. I think it's because if you make more than one modification in the same frame, it will spit multiple things out. We don't want to redraw multiple times. We run the example now. It should tell me. It should trigger twice per like interaction with item, because it should be redrawing the main inventory and redrawing the cursor inventory. But I think something's going wrong with it redrawing the cursor inventory. That primarily being, I think I'm just sticking the item in place, which is kind of funny. So when I pick you, up. So that should have triggered 2 updates. No. So it's something about how I'm putting the item into the inventory. Okay, so interaction. It's got to be where? Move item. Move item. Okay, some origin manager, find item, event item. Destination manager, open inventory event. But destination. Okay, I don't know why I keep doing this like redundant thing or pick something up. Okay, anyway, so target. So when we insert the item, destination, add item. My assumption is I'm not getting to the moving item. So applying style to this, applying style to this. Received inventory asset. Applying new style to this. Entity was removed from inventory, but it shouldn't have been removed with the inventory. Interesting. Updating inventory. Well, also 00 is the one that. So the item we picked up is 479. Uh, 476. So something tells me that 476 maybe got removed from the inventory accidentally. Where are we going? Like our cursor slot? Render inventory node. Okay. It also doesn't do it. It only detects me putting items in. Okay. Well, yeah, it only detects me taking items out. So, what is the difference between picking up an item and putting down an item? Move item. Entity was removed from inventory, but it should not have been removed with the inventory. But something's removing items that's not supposed to be removing items, is what that's telling me. Because what it's saying is when I overwrite something, well, it's detecting that the inventory. So it's detecting that the inventory got updated. But maybe it's got something to do with the fact that there's just no. Not spawning the node, because that's working. It's updating the node. Why are you not updating? So done, insert ID. Inventory, changed, updating. Which is firing for both of them. Right, because it's 10, which is the player's inventory, and 00 is the. So the fact that it says was removed from 00. Entity 483 was removed from inventory 00, but it should have been removed with inventory. Wait a second. When I pick this up, do you think, is it saying it? No. So it said that the inventory changed. You said that was removed from the other inventory. Updating inventory. Received inventory asset event. That's not me printing that. At least I don't think. So it only updated one inventory. No, I updated both. So updating inventory, received inventory asset event. Updating inventory, received inventory asset event. So I need you to go somewhere else, I guess. Inventory.windows. I think something's probably returning early if I was to guess. Inventory.windows. And this returns rendering. Okay, and this iterates through all of the things that are rendering this inventory. Right. Where the fuck was I? Scene rendering, item node. Okay. So, yeah. No, this updates the image scale. Here. So this is for every window. Let the root equal else continue. That's not true, I don't think, actually. No, it is. Yeah, so it's saying it needs to have render inventory with an ampersand node and optional item nodes. I don't know what these item nodes are. Pickable. It's interesting. So we're going to go down to here and we're just going to be like, one, adding items for message. So what I'm thinking is it's not getting here if there's no slots. So what's happening is because of the fact that I don't have a slot for the cursor, because otherwise you can see where the cursor is, and it's kind of annoying. It's never trying to render the items, but it doesn't really make sense. So when I pick up an item, there's warning, adding on modified. So, well, wait a second. Yeah, so it never got here with 0. So why? So you continue, but you continue that loop. Okay. If root is added. You do this, you do this, you do this. So we need to be like, um, so it got past remove, I guess. This is going to be like this, isn't it? Method. Something like that. Just copy that and go, okay. We got past remove. Got past new. Got past update. So it obviously never makes it past update, but I'm curious if it's new that's doing it. I think something's just returning or continuing or breaking or doing something. What about new? So new does this, and then it's like if flat pickable. So you spawn this and that was flat pickable. I don't know why it's decided to do that. Why are you doing that? So we go here and we go, okay. So error. So you modified, added item, adding items modified, adding items modified. So it ran through twice with the same inventory, is what it seems like it did. So why? Because like you appeared and it says received asset event. Why? Okay, so first off, go here, go. Maybe we could always look it up and replace this fucking modified with the name of the fucking inventory. Something about picking up and putting down just isn't working. So what is going on? Interaction. But moving items. Destination. Maybe I'm inserting something. So it doesn't say that it's removing an item, so it's probably not inside of here. I'm concerned that when we find the item, we don't ever use this origin. Anyway, cursor. Try pickup. But when I pick up an item, it does say pickup, right? Oh, it's in fucking trace. I guess I can turn the trace back on because I do have a bunch of stuff that's like much more like only visible when trace is on, but it's annoying because it fucking spams the fuck out of everything because I've got too much stuff in trace. I wonder if you can add more layers of filtering so I can like filter out specific parts of my trace. I think so. The idea is that like when I pick up this bottle, it spits out a bunch of stuff. I guess it's not failing, so it's not tracing a bunch of stuff that it wasn't tracing before. Okay, so despawning item node entity or removed item in inventory asset inventory generation 1. Despawning entity. Okay. So yes. But I don't see the trace. Okay, picked up item. Opening inventory asset 0, 0. So that's definitely the cursor. Cursor is always 0, 0. Was removed from inventory, but it should have been removed with the inventory. Okay, so I think this error is actually telling me what the fuck's gone wrong. I'm not entirely sure though. So you'll notice that it never actually modifies the main inventory, which is interesting. So when we pick up the item, we're definitely hitting pick up item. Cursor. Picked up item. When I say hold, self commands trigger, move item, fit item. Inventory.add item. So this fits the item. Hmm. So cursor. Hold. So hold is what it's called. God, why is it so confusing? I think it's got to be that when we fit the item, because I think that's the one we're actually hitting. So this says picking up item. That's the shape. I don't think we're actually hitting this one, which is interesting. Okay, no, there it is. Picking up shape. Yeah, okay. So just not bother with that. So we hit that, and then we definitely hit that. So my issue is that it's calling fit item, but when is move item interactions? Find fit. Event.item. So destination is open event.destination. Okay. Opening inventory 00. So it opened the destination inventory. My assumption is that I'm not getting to here. Yeah, so it's never calling error moving. But nothing returns early before this point. So what do you fucking mean it never hits this? What? Must move item. I feel like I'm going insane. Unless I'm misreading something. But like, move item is what we're getting to. Now I'm a little bit confused why I don't have the origin. But I think it's just because I look up where I got the item from. And it does say not to remove anyway. So when I pick up an item, it doesn't throw an error. Must move item. Okay. So we're getting to here. But it never gets to here. Which means that it's hitting his. Which doesn't actually make any fucking sense because we don't insert the item, do we? Event.event. My only thing I can think is it's getting to here because this is the only one that returns early. And insert item, I guess, doesn't trigger fit checking. It should. Oh, unless insert bypasses the. Right. This would at least, because this is the only one I can think that would get me out of this before I get to here. So when I pick this up, it says must move item, insert item. We go back to the cursor and go here and go. Okay, you call insert item. Item. Inventory shape, any. Okay. So when we insert the item, apparently we don't do any kind of check, which, I mean, sure. But why? Okay. So this returns early, which is interesting. So you insert the item and then you return because this is don't check. Okay. But you set modified. Which means I'm still very confused about why you don't trigger modified. So this is inside of the like inventory commands. So when we drop inventory commands, We might drop somewhere. I believe. Drop. We take the current inventory. We say underscore self inventory. Okay, so can we put a trace here maybe? What's modified? Because I'm confused about why it only seems to detect the modifications like on the drop, or like when something else happens. It only detects on the removal, not the insertion, which confuses me. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would picking up the item trigger it, but not putting the item down? Inventory was modified. All right, well, maybe we should say which inventory is modified, because I only see that once. No, inventory is modified up there too. So I don't. What is that like? In like inventory manager. Yeah. So I don't think that's allowed. Yep. But this is allowed. So I can be like, let I guess it's like if let I can do this, and I can say I.name asset mute. Wait a second. I have to trigger it now, because before they didn't return an asset mute. They just returned a mutable asset. So how do I? Okay. So into inner guard.change. But how do I do that without? Okay, so I have to actually modify it now, because before just requesting it was enough. So it can be like, I wish the fucking asset mute was able to be doing that. Anyway, we'll have a look at, because it might be possible now that we can remove it and keep track of whether we modified it and then put it back unmodified. But anyway, can we like dereference I? Okay. Oh, sorry, middle of them. Okay, I wonder if that will work. I also wonder if I can do other things like self dot all underscore inventories dot. No. Okay. So what I'm curious about is if there's a I don't know. Because I still have to track my own change detection, I think, because there's no way of modifying the change detection, if that makes sense. I don't think. Okay. But we fixed that because what it was doing basically is I'm tracking the change detection when I'm managing that particular inventory. It's how, like, when I open an inventory, I have to actually take it out, otherwise I can't modify it while I access other inventories. And then when I put it back, I keep track of whether I modified it, and then I update whether it was modified, with like whether I was just reading it or whether I actually edited it, which was resulting for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why the fucking other thing's not working. Why are you not just anyway? It's just not rendering something properly. Yeah, so what was happening was I was to trigger the change detection, I would just pull the item back out and put it back in if I had modified it. Like, well, I put it back in because apparently you can't modify it while it's been taken out, otherwise it's added, it's not modified. Which would be an interesting way of going about it. Anyway, so I was taking it out. When I was putting it back in, I was then borrowing it so that it would trigger the change detection, and then I was just like not doing anything with it. But they changed that in 0.19 so that the change detection now requires you to actually modify it. Like, you have to actually request it for it to be modified. You can't just ask for the asset, which is better because it means you can access it mutably, but then decide not to mutate it. Like, the act of asking for it mutably doesn't trigger a change. But it just, for me particularly, I was actually relying on the fact that, like, I didn't have to dereference it. I'm a little bit concerned that because I don't do anything with this, I'm hoping that the Rust analyzer will know that there's a side effect and therefore it can't not do it. But if it optimized that away, that'd be really annoying. Now I'm curious, when I create you, so it's like up here when I like open an inventory, we say remove. Removes and returns the asset of the given ID if it exists. This note that this anything that implements into asset ID, which includes handles and asset ID. So I'm curious if they changed how this works. So the ID, and then we say result, and we say remove unchecked. If result is some, Q push removed result. So remove untracked is what I would want to call, but I mean, that is public. Okay, so I can remove untracked. So my question is, if removing untracked, I don't think removing untracked does anything different, because it still says self-duplicate handles removed. So I personally think that this should probably not do this if you're doing it untracked, but anyway. So self-duplicate handles removed. That's so annoying that it does that. Can still be inserted. The ID will be won't be reused until the removed drop is called. Okay, so is empty. So when we call look, there's the way I was doing it. Okay, so when we went, if we push and we push, okay. So this removes the untracked, and then it pushes removed onto the list. So I probably want to do remove untracked because I'm not actually removing it. It also annoys me to no end that duplicate handles entries insert and plus equals 1. Because it removes the duplicate handles, insert with index. Replaced. So you literally can't reinsert. Contains get or insert with insert. Reserve handle. Get handle provider. Get mute untracked. Remove untracked. Use empty IDs. Returns an iterator over the asset of every asset stored in the collection. Wait, so when I insert things back in, insert, you only take an asset ID. You also don't return the strong angle. Okay. Yeah, I need to report that as a bug. Bugs. If you remove an asset, then reinsert it. If multiple strong handles have been multiple unique strong handles have been made, dropping any one will unload set any one set of handles unload the asset. Fix. If the user calls remove untracked, don't clear the number of duplicate. So when they add it back, it's still correct. Alright. I'm just writing that down so that I remember to fucking post a bug report about this, because theoretically, what I'm doing is just stupid. But they have a remove untracked, which is the equivalent of saying, I want this asset, but I don't want to keep it. Like, I don't want to update and tell everyone that I've removed it. But when you remove it untracked, it says duplicate handles. So the idea is when you add an asset, you get a strong handle. And the fact that that strong handle exists counts as like the first reference code. Like there is a strong handle. Every time you clone the strong handle, Rust takes care of the reference counting. And then when the final instance of that strong handle is dropped, Rust, on the drop of that final reference counted handle, will go and tell the asset server that that final handle is dropped. But it's possible to make effectively a second lineage of strong handles by requesting a strong handle. And that's what this duplicate handles is about. Is it saying there's actually, like, possibly two lines of strong handles that if one gets completely dropped, then you don't want to drop the asset. You only want to drop the asset if all strong duplicate. But because they remove it when you pop the fucking asset out, if you clone, if you request the handle from an asset ID, if you get strong handle, if you call this, part of what this does, it says duplicate handles plus equals 1. So if you remove it untracked and put it back, you lose track of how many strong handles you've made. So you can't just conjure strong handles all over the place. You can literally only have one if you're planning to do what I'm doing. And I think what they should do is if you remove it tracked, it should clear the strong handles up. And if it gets reused, when it gets reused, it should clear the strong handles up, like the duplicate strong handles up. But if you remove it, if you intentionally call remove untracked, it should not remove the number of strong handles that exist, because theoretically they still exist. They're like there's still that many strong handles, because I was having this issue before, and that's why I have to keep like a copy of it myself. I think was that like I was like, oh, I can just make like instantiate a new handle from the asset ID. But doing that means now that you've two lineages, it's like as soon as you drop one of the lineages, it just destroys the other. So if you're going to remove it, you can literally only have one canonical handle source. You can't instantiate new sets of handles. Ironically, you don't actually have to do anything with the other handles. You just need to make sure that like you don't make a second set that gets completely dropped. Or if you do make a second set, like again, as long as none of them get completely dropped, it's fine. But it's just it's stupid, and it seems like a mistake, that the fact that they actually do extra checking, like if we go down to the insert the remove, so remove calls remove untracked, and then it says, hey, if you actually removed something, then cue the instruction to say remove. And I think that when it does that, it should remove the duplicate handles as well. So what it should be saying is, if I call remove untracked, just don't do anything about cleaning up the fact that it's been removed. But it does, and it annoys me. Same with the dense storage, but I think the dense storage is actually important, because the dense storage is how you pull the asset. That's like actually pulling the asset back out. So I think this needs to happen. It does say something about not recycling the thing until a certain thing is called, but I'm not sure how that works. Anyway. So anyway, we can go back to our like rendering and our node, and then like here, and we can get rid of all these shitty little instances of it like telling me when it's doing things. I don't need it spamming me with these now, because I have in fact tracked down a bug. I don't know why the inventory looks as wonky as it does, but I have in fact tracked down the bug. Okay, so then we're going to rerun the basic inventory. And we're going to work out how dumb it looks. So because I can now specify what a slot looks like and the texture for a slot, I think I can go back to making this work properly. Again, scuffed as all hell, but... And I also don't know why when it's in your hand it's invisible, but anyway. Alright, I guess we work out why the other items aren't able to spawn. Let's get the actual example working somewhat, I guess. And then we go back to using it. Alright, so we go here and goes, okay, so it's failing to spawn these items a lot. Why is it failing to spawn these items? Spawn bottle, rotation error, does not fit, does not fit. Failed to spawn random item, does not fit. Now, why doesn't it fit? That's the question. Does not fit. So apparently nothing fits in this fucking inventory. My assumption is that the slot that I add, it's part of why we're supposed to be like printing out what it's doing. So it's saying failed that does not fit. So we push in when we, not up here, in here, UI inventory. Right. So when we spawn this inventory in, we add a slot, and that slot is for untyped. Okay. When we add an item, we have to, so these spawns items. So failed to spawn random item. Where did it say? Failed to spawn random item, reason, does not fit. So maybe we track down does not fit a little bit more clearly. Spawn item add. And then we give it an offset between these random values. All right, so we hand in the item. We hand in the offset. And this is the annoying thing, is we have to like do things like actually hand in the handle, because we can't just create new ones. Anyway, the offset. And then the orientation. And it returns does not fit. So description not found. So we're definitely getting past here. And we can generate the shape. And then we get to here, and we say can fit. And then if you get to here, it says does not fit. Okay. So descriptor dot sizes. Current inventory. Can fit. Item shape. Index. Okay. So it does not fit. We're gonna make a new one of these. No slots except this item. Wow. I guess that tells us one thing. Stop. No slots except this item. Because that's different to not fitting. And that returns an add error. Okay. So that one is saying spawning failed. This one is saying that there's actually no slots available, which is kind of dumb because it's not actually the case, which is a little bit of one of those. We should probably actually be checking that, I guess. Where is it? Like, okay. No slots except this item. Just dumb. It's true though. That's so annoying. I'm trying to think of like how I can specifically work out what it's doing. So I guess we want to go like not spawn item. We want to go like spawn at. So I guess we can write like a proper trace thing. So we got the descriptor, which is just like descriptor not found. So I guess we get to here and we say trace spawning in, because we have access to like lots of information at this point, which is descriptor.name and then self.current_inventory.name. Right. So we're saying spawning item in at So we can say offset orientation. This is going to tell me a lot of information about like what's going on. It might be a little bit smarter to maybe put it here, and then we can just say shape. Right. So that should then like tell me, I guess, a lot more information about like what exactly is actually going on with the trace. I also feel like maybe I should restructure my file format so that like the tracing becomes a little bit easier. Pretty sure you can do like additional filters, like I could say poly inventory, and then like fitting, and then if I have a module called fitting, right? So it's saying that 31, 29. So it's trying to spawn all these at these like random locations, which I think they should all fit, right? Because like I'm pretty sure I'm not just fucking this up in the inventory because it's way too small. So X is, yes, they're all like less than 15. Yep, okay. So trying spawning empty bottle in test inventory. Okay. So not entirely sure why you look so scuffed, but anyway. Okay, spawn app. And we also probably like go like hash question mark. Is it like that? Yeah. So that should like fancy debug them so that it's not orientation 180 degrees. Current is orientation x 0x. 90 and 180 degrees, which is actually 270 degrees. But anyway, so we spawn the outer map. So then the first thing we do here is we get here and we go so descriptor sizes, and then we say shape.layout slot.clone. Right. So we want to go with something like trace trying with layout. So this would be trying with layout. So this would be cell type shape dot layout. Right, so I'm thinking we actually want to maybe not do this after we turn it into shape. So we want to be like /w, and then it would be not shape, but instead we just want to say offset and then orientation. So put those two there, and then trying unknown with layout. Right. So then that would say that it failed, and this would say that it succeeded. So we're going to do it here and be like trace layout. It was like fits in slot with type, which is going to be index comma layout. So that's slot layout, something like that. So that'll give me lots of information again. So let's just run that and see, because I'm pretty sure it's never succeeding at actually like getting in there, but I'm curious what shapes it's going to try, because it should tell me like what location it's trying, the orientation it's trying it in, and then every slot that it tries. So because the phone battery has 2 different slots that it can be. So if they're failing on different slots, it'd be interesting. So it's saying spawning water bottle, spawning, trying untyped with rect 1. Okay. I don't know why that's so dodgy. So if it looks so fucking wrong. Here, then it's fit. No, not fits. It's spawn down. No, it's in the manager, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So with layout. So I'm thinking we want to go like new line, and then fancy. Can I just do fancy? Like actually a thing. I wonder if that works. I might just not do anything, but anyway. So it's saying spawning water bottle in test inventory. IVEC2 with orientation, rotation 90 degrees. Oh. Okay. No slots except this. So they are trying the that's interesting, because what that could be is trying untyped. Capital U untyped, but it's possible. Wait, it's in 0. Sorry. Oh, you didn't fail. Okay. What are you trying to spawn? You're trying to spawn a random water bottle at 20. Trying untyped with layout 1 Trying any with layout rect 1 by 1. Failed, no slot available. First off, why are you trying any? Why does the water bottle have an any? You fit in slot 0, spawning empty water bottle. Spawning water bottle. Trying untyped with layout rect 1. Why does the water bottle have an any? That doesn't seem right. Water bottle? Water bottle. You don't have an any. How are you doing that? Okay. I think maybe something else is trying that. Like maybe it's somehow recursing. Alright. So there's an empty bottle and trying untyped with layout rect. Why are they even trying any? Okay, where are you at? 26 by... Like that one actually might just be hitting something. I also just realized that I'm pretty sure I'm only loading the water bottles. The other items, like, they get loaded, but they're for, like, the permanent, like, guaranteed items, not the... But maybe if I just spawn more items in, it'll explain why this thing's missing. Like, I think it's just trying to only spawn water bottles, which would explain why it's, you know, only spawning water bottles. So we have to go somewhere like a loot table and be like, okay, lighter, phone, just like turn all items on, I guess. It's still going to spew out massively annoying messages, but it should at least now be able to spawn more than just water bottles. Or is it just going to be buggy as all hell? I don't know why when they're turned sideways they don't work. Okay. So, and it's also only the water bottles, but I guess they're the only ones that aren't square. So something's terribly wrong here. That's fine. Descriptor not found, or failed to spawn random item. Error, item descriptor not found. Cool. Which I'm pretty sure is the backpacks. I need some kind of way of saying that none of the slots accept this item and the item does not fit. Like, that's technically a separate fucking issue. Okay, so I guess, how do I do that? So I go to the manager and I say that you need to, when you get to like here, say let mute error equals add failed no valid slot. So no valid slot. Okay, so we'll continue with the no slots except this item. So now we need to somehow, because like this is like can fit, but can fit doesn't tell you why it failed to fit, which is annoying because I guess we go here and we just say something like well, we could just make this return an option. So like, can you be like a result? And then a fit failed. And then we just say let new air equals fit failed. No valid slots. And then you return error like that, because then you can just be okay, and I don't think anything has to change except like the locations are like let some. So what the difference is we can say error, and so we say if we ever get here, we can say error equals, because the only get here if we have at least one slot that can accept it. So we're going to say fit error, I guess fails. I don't know. We just say failed, but like I don't exactly know how we would specify that. But anyway, so we're gonna go like here and put some notes. Go like default to no slots, and then this is we have at least one. We have at least one slot that can take this type. Okay. See, because annoyingly, it's going to be the same thing as it can fit. And then we'd have to probably modify can fit here to return like a result to be like, oh no, it's out of bounds. Anyway. Anyway, so no valid slots is different to it can't fit. Like that there's no space. Anyway, so we say add items and then say you're just like let okay, because again I don't really actually care. And then same here, let okay. Let okay. So that should now work, and it should actually like tell me a little bit more about why it's failing. Primarily, are they failing to find a slot entirely, or are they just failing to find a fit? Well, something crashed, so that was fun. Wait, what? Trying untyped with layout 1x4. No slots except this item. That kind of implies I spelled something wrong. Because first of all, why are they even trying any? No slots except this item. The only way to get no slots except this item is to actually not have any slots that accept this item. Are you somehow like trying too hard, I guess? So what it could possibly be is that we are trying to spawn the item two different ways. Do we say spawn or not? No, we literally say this. You have an add failed, and your add failed is no slots except this item. Right, no, sorry. Yeah, you set this, and then you say error. So error. And then we say can fit. We need to give the fucking fit errors a... So it just needs to be like let index equals match go away. Why do you not let me do this all the time? Okay, two missing examples. So this is the index, so I, and then you just return I, and then E is going to be we're going to say something like error plus equals E, because I like doing cheeky stuff like this, and then we continue. So error plus equals E, and then we can go to our, I guess, our add error. So no slots associated. So we're going to say like impl core ops add assign for the left hand side is fit fail for add fail. Right, and then we can like add assign, and we can like match self, and then for like O we just return self. I guess we just do nothing actually because it's add assign. Right, so which means just everything else. We now need to just say that no slots in inventory. Slots not in inventory. That's interesting. Not yet implemented. So fit error. So if no self, no slots except this item, you become self fit error right hand side. Right. So and then if you're self fit error, like so, E, then you are self, I guess it's more like E plus equals right hand side. Right. So I'm basically doing the same thing. It's going to still yell at me saying you can't add a sign to itself. But what's happening if I'm following? So if I've set it to no slots and then I add a fit error, it will set itself to fit error, whatever the fit error was. And then we're just going to quickly come down here. I guess we'll put below the fit error. We're going to go like impl core ops add a sign for fit error, fit fail. And then we just like add a sign match self. I guess we, yeah. So we say if it's like self, for the missing ups. So if it failed no valid slots, then you just return self equals right hand side. Because the idea is that like it doesn't actually matter what the other thing is no valid slots is the lowest of the lows. Out of bounds would then become self equals. Wow, I guess you just match. You like match self and right hand side, and then so you would be that and literally anything. You become right hand side. That and anything else, and then you become self equals right hand side. I'm just giving them like a priority, I guess. So then we're going to go here and we just say fit failed out of bounds and fit failed no valid slots. This does nothing. Right. The idea is if no, why is my computer frozen? Set other if out of bounds keep if no valid replace if failed. And then if it's failed than anything else, you do nothing. If already at max p I feel like you should probably give them priority, but anyway. So the idea with this one, can I make you clone copy? Thank you. You win. User value of self has moved. Okay. Used of moved value self. Okay. Can we like dereference self there? Maybe? No, that worked. Binary associated operator failed. And then you just return, well, add a sign. Right, this is like dereference self equals like that. There we go. So if there's no slots available, we rejig you to being if it failed, and then you say self fit failed, fit error. Lovely. Probably a better way of doing that doesn't like require me to actually remember to do it again, but anyway. So that should result in like it actually like, well, we find the thing where we go spawn at internal. So this doesn't check anything, this just does. I mean, it does have add failed. Inventory descriptor not found. Okay, and just things. Anyway, so trace fits in slot. Okay, so yeah, so then it's error plus equals error, and then you return the error. So the idea is that like we either say there's no slots except this item, and then when we're done, we yeah, okay. So it tries to stack the errors basically, and so if it's out of bounds, we say, oh no, you're out of bounds. If there's nothing, like it can't go in that inventory, then it can't go in that inventory. But if you're out of bounds, it kind of implies that there was actually at least one inventory slot that could accept you, because we checked the bounds. But it also means that like we don't actually know if the inventory is full, so it might work to try again. But then we're going to say, hey, like you actually hit an item slot, so it doesn't fit. Anyway, why did you not work? Or previously admitted errors. Probably because I ran it instead of running this example. Okay. Is this going to work? Maybe. We'll find out. Okay. So ladder is still loading. Something failed to load and crashed dramatically. What is failing to load and crashing? Probably the backpacks, but like, what is actually crashing so goddamn fucking hard? Backpack and backpack. Okay, so the backpacks are the ones that are crashing hard. Do I fix them? I guess. Backpack. It's not like it's particularly hard. You just wrap you wrap them in a backpack thing. So you need to be a and then so you get to be like that. See, this is the thing with the backpack, is that it technically is going to end up being 2 slots now, rather than like it would make more sense to be 2 slots instead of the way I'm doing it currently, which is that it is has its own inventory, and then the 2 backpacks go inside of that sub inventory. Anyway, we have to go like comma descriptor comma colon inventory. Okay, so that should fix that backpack so that it can load properly. I'm not entirely sure how these work. Anyway. You don't work properly. I might just tell it to not load the backpacks. And then we can continue without having to worry about the backpacks. So the 3 backpacks, just don't bother loading them, please. Items, traps, up. So if we rerun this with it not loading the backpacks, does it work better? Maybe. Ladder, phone battery, phone on, phone off. I feel like they need a better way of giving them an ID, I guess. Because the phone on, phone off could be put in the same file of phone, but then I would want to give them like ID on and ID off, like hash on and hash off, instead of what I have to do now, which is like they'd have to be called phone on, and you'd have to go for phone on off. Phone off. Anyway. We go, did any of the others crash? Do I have other fucking files to fix? Yes. And who knows which ones. Right, phone off doesn't work because item descriptor but found name. Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna go phone on. You go like that, comma, curly brace, put you up there. That becomes a string, that becomes a parentheses, that becomes a parentheses, and comma. And then we colorless you, and then we're just going to copy this, and we're going to go into phone off because it's like literally 2 words. So it's off and off, and that should have the 2 phones work now. Right, so now we should be able to have phones spawning into our little thing. And the fun thing about this is I don't think I modified any of the code, which means it should rerun very quickly. because it doesn't need to recompile, it's just reloading the assets. I love how long it spends getting stuck. Alright, I don't see any phones, which it probably failed to load them still. So what are you going to tell me? You can go up here and be like, okay, failed to load asset torch. Okay. So I just go back to the phone. I want the phone that looks good. Thank you. Then we can paste the torch like so, and then we just say flashlight, flashlight, 3, 1, 3, 1, and then we can just fuck that all off and be like, done. What's the other one? It's just so long that it literally clips off the top. Items, loading, what is, so can. So again, we go to the phone off, we just copy the phone off, we go into the can, we paste the can, we go tin can, then we copy soup can, and we say you're 2 by 3, 2 by 3. So that loads that one, and then the other one's off the top. I think the top should be working. Torch, phone, lighter, ketchup packet. So paste. Nope. We have to go copy the phone again. So copy ketchup packet, paste. We go ketchup. Paste. Paste. Go 1 by 1, 1 by 1. Alright, so that's the ketchup packet, bottle, water, phone battery. The phone battery is inside of item, which means that phone battery is probably also still throwing a bit of a hissy fit. It's also like, oh no, it's level, right. I was going to say it's weird, but like, no, it's actually correct. So, phone bat, okay. So phone battery, so you haven't, so if we get rid of the extra item, it should work. And then that should be everything, because I'm not loading the other stuff. So we're just going to go, I don't think the backpack's like that, no. I guess technically we could do like a while is empty and try and like force reload. Oh, that's just test. What the fuck? Okay, rerun this. I have a vague inkling of what the fuck is wrong with this like thing here, but anyway. So it didn't load the phones by the looks of things. Okay, but it's still crashing on something. Annoyingly, whatever it's crashing on, it's just crashing near the top. Unless I've scrolled so far up. No. Alright, so we could probably turn the tracing off and just see if we can't catch what the fuck one's still not working. I do want to go into items. I feel like it might be a smarter idea to maybe search for like square brackets, something square brackets, as a way of. So it failed to spawn these. It's just saying failed. That's fine. We're no longer tracing it. Wait. Failed to spawn item. Item descriptor 14. Okay, yeah, whatever. Are you going to actually tell me what item is failing to load? Ketchup packet. Expected comma. So I missed a comma in the ketchup packet. All right, after the name. Yep, cool. So ketchup packet's done. And you are phone on expected comma. Oh, that's great, because if I copied phone on for everything, then of course it's going to be fucking broken on everything. All right. You're good. Phone off. Yeah, missing the comma, which means that they're all going to be missing the comma. Harp has a torch, comma. Phone on, light. ketchup packet, tin can is missing comma, bottle water, phone, making the thing look nice. Okay. I'm wondering if like, yeah, so if it's like item, is I could probably put the ID of the item in between the brackets like that. And doing that would let me do like phone as the base and then on and off as the two different items that you can load with the two different tags. I don't know how you would do the other one. That makes sense. I keep running the fucking one called test. Dumb. All right, I don't know. It's still loading. So something is still failing to load. What is still failing to load? What are you? So item can item unknown escape character. God fucking damn it. All right. Not you. We need to go here. We need to go find all instances. So search for this. Replace it with this. Wait, no, the phone battery is one that's working. The other way. It's find all instances of escape and replace them, which is like the backpack, the ketchup, the phone, torch. Okay, so that should have worked, maybe. Again, I'm loving the fact that because I'm only modifying the text files that it loads, I don't have to wait for it to recompile. It should just run. And apparently, if it doesn't fucking fail, it doesn't have issues. Okay. Now, unclear why it's not spawning the other items. So empty bottle, phone on. So they exist. They're just not rendering. Are they failing to find the sprite or something? Image is just called texture. So I feel like it's failing to find the asset or something. Okay, yeah, path not found. Cons. Why is it called cons? Item cell phone. Why did it put the word cons in? Oh, I'm an idiot and I removed the fucking I. Right. So replace it with this and so it's forward slash. Anywhere it says cons, please replace with icons, please. And then now we should be working. Hey, look, now it's spawning stuff. Now it's still doing that weird ass squished thing, but I don't remember what causes that. It's got something to do with me, the way I'm scaling things. Okay, so we have to like track, I guess, something down and have a look at its like rendered thing. So if we go water bottle, one of these water bottles is probably sideways. All right, so first thing we have to do is be like, let's make you red. Yes, so you are sideways. So I'm assuming it's because I'm updating your transform. If I just set this to no. If I set your scale to 1 by 1. One. So I set that to 0 and 1. Right, so you need to be scaled to, I don't know. That's odd. What is your size? 10 by 4. No. Your width and height are auto. Okay, not 1,000. 400. That's 500. 400. Okay. So that would work, but again, auto. Why are you so small? I can only imagine it's because you. These are the rendered items. That's this node. Your parent. So someone's going to say like child of. Oh, I can't go that recursive. 507 is apparently your parent. 507, which is the test inventory node. So you have all the items as your children. Your node is like a grid node, yeah? Like your layout. Display as grid. Left, right, top, bottom, width. Adding margin, border. Right. Which makes you 30 pixels. Right. So you're correct when you're trying to start. You're correct. That's just interesting, I think. So when I go to view, view done. So we need to look for water bottle. Water bottle. All right. So unclear. So you're scaled by 4 times that way. Why are you not just scaled 1 time that way? Because apparently that 1 makes you really fucking big. So that's interesting. Why are you like this? So when you rotate normally, that's a 1. Mm-hmm. So you just look exactly the same. Like your image isn't actually any different. Right. No, it is because so why is your image not stretched? Huh? Okay, so it's literally anything but auto. Okay. Yeah, literally anything but auto. Okay. So inventory, rendering, render, image item node. So when we set you up, when I set you up, you have pickable image node. I have image node, and then it's image node. Great. Yeah, so I can't do that because, at least I don't think I can do that. I know you call default, so can I just call default on you? Is that like, yeah, okay, that's the thing that's allowed. So image, it's called image mode. Stretch, something like that. Ta-da! And then that should, like, apparently, if all goes well, fix my fucking problem. Because apparently when you do auto, it just goes a bit funky. I want to say that what I was doing is just following the underlying like thing, so it's actually applying the transform. So when I pick this up, so it still just like disappears, which is a little weird. Why is that happening? Cursor slot. So I need to get the item in the cursor slot and work out why you're vanishing. So you're the thing, you're the image node. So you just actually don't have an image. If I said like on you, okay, so you work, you're just apparently not loading the image properly. Which is strange. But legitimately quite weird. So oh, I bet it's because it doesn't have a fucking okay. It's because I'm assuming I don't have a slot, so when I look up what slot it's in, it just skips over the image. So we are going to need to probably make them index maps instead of hash maps, which I think they might already be. Because I need to be able to take the first image if it fails. So you need to be like item image. So size, and then so you say this, and you say, okay, so your size is some if slot. We get the slot, and we get the slot index, and then we say, hey, here's a list of all the possible things you can accept. So I'm gonna make again, I don't know how well this is gonna work. Because of the way that works, we have to do something that's like self image first map I1. Wait, you are an indexer. Yeah, index map. For slot in slots, for slot in slot, return if slot equals slot, return slot. For image. Why am I doing it this way? If item slot equals slot. If image slot equals slot type. Why? You're a hash map, right? So why not just say self dot image dot get slot type? If so it still needs to be able to handle if it's none, but anyway. Dot pond. Very strange way of going about it, but anyway. So this still doesn't quite make sense to me. Maybe it's optimizing it away. I can't see that happening. Is that like basically I'm just never setting the image, which is odd because like it should be trying at the very least to set the image. I also still have no idea how something's getting me access to any, but anyway. So when I run this, when I pick something up, I guess we will check and see if it does find an image. Because it's just failing to get the image for some reason, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Outside of maybe just being, well, funky. So when I pick this up, it says must move item. We should clean some of that stuff up. Should have been removed from the inventory. Interesting. New offset. Received inventory asset. Okay. So when I pick this up, it just doesn't. I like that it's modifying the inventory and therefore it's redrawing it, which I guess is technically correct. So when I picked it up, maybe it's when it first spawns, it's not doing it properly. That could be it. And then therefore like the other ones just work because they actually are the correct slot. So that would be under render node. We say something along the lines of update image node. So when you spawn in, which is that you effectively changed render item. Okay, I don't know how the way that it's formatted that anyway. So we're gonna go like inventory mode. So when you spawn these items in, so I think it's when it's been modified is when it spawns these items in. Oh look, piled. Yeah, doesn't matter. So you spawn something in, you say render item. So we say if something, so I actually don't know if I'm doing this even correctly anyway. So inventory item entities collect hash rate. This is items. So if let some item nodes for item in item nodes iter target render node get item else. Right, failed to get render item entity while updating inventory render. Okay. So if items removed, any commands entity item insert render item target. So okay, so if you took the item out, otherwise you say hey commands displaying item node. Okay, and then this is for new ones, which is to say item node that's rendering this, it's a child of that, and it's a rendering the item new. Okay. I kind of want it to not be saying in inventory because I like the idea of having certain items just be that item, and therefore you can just have numerous copies of them. But obviously some things need to stack and things like that. Anyway, let mute e equals commands spawn item node rendering item. Item node rendering item. So what am I doing differently? It's definitely spawning the items thing. It's just not, I guess, doing this. I don't know. Size, image handle, inventory. So item node entity. So this is the item that's being rendered, I think. So item. Where are you getting this item from? Items get displayed item, the item. Because something tells me that you're probably setting the sprite somehow. No, because again, you're the fucking same thing. Anyway. Maybe it's when it spawns. So this updates image nodes. Nope, this is the only place that changes anything. So the item display item. Rendered item. So this is the item that is being rendered, which is a rendered item, which is a handle to an item descriptor. Wait, really? No, it's not. The rendered item, this is the entity of the item itself. Item node. Do you point at the fucking parent? I think maybe. Yeah, okay. So that would be the container. Got it. Rendered item. Item node. Image node. So node. So this points to the okay. The UI transform then changed. So this case it continues. So this is saying it couldn't get the item descriptor. Inventory get in inventory. This opens the inventory. So I need to be like print or info setting image. Something like that. Right, because it's, well, one, it's telling me it's never using the image, but that's kind of funny. What I'm curious about is when I run this, does it actually say that it's setting the image? Because I'm so confused about why it works for the main inventory, but not the special inventory. Because I was thinking that it's because this one has no slots. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. It would be that, wouldn't it? Yeah, so it's because you have no slots. Okay, so I think we want to go to the descriptor and then maybe like give that like a item descriptor. And then we say image. So we're gonna go like hub fall back image. Image like this. So the fallback image is going to take in self and return and annoyingly still optional handle to an image and a go back to, because I again have still got no way of guaranteeing that the self dot like no way of guaranteeing that there is actually a fallback image to fallback on, which annoys me. But you know, the other option would be to make the asset loader fail if it didn't, and then you could guarantee, or just return default with a 1x1 icon. Or not even a 1x1. You could probably just grab the size. Well, no, same issues. You run into this if they haven't specified a item size. Anyway, what was it going? We want to go rendering inventory node. So this gets the slot and that else. So I kind of need you to be a wow, annoyingly not even like we would want to say like FB equals descriptor dot fallback image. Because that's the annoying thing is we need to get the slot, and if the slot doesn't exist, and then you'd be like FB that's more like else if let some FB something like that else, and then you just return none. Then you would be equals descriptor dot fallback image, something like that. And then annoyingly we say image dot image equals FB dot 0, and then you return some FB dot 1. Yay. Okay, so we either get the image because there's a slot and we can find it, or we use the fallback image. It's kind of a little bit weird that we double fallback, because if you pass in an image and it doesn't exist, it falls back to the fallback image. So if there's a slot but it can't hold that item, then it will also give you a fallback image. Anyway, that should mean that it stops not checking the because the other option is to just give the cursor a slot, which I mean probably actually would be the smarter thing to do, but anyway. Okay, working again. Why can't I have the ketchup? Okay. Okay. Not 100% sure what the fuck's going on with that, but anyway. What? Okay. So then we go back to here and we go working at last. Description. Only took like 6 hours. And then we commit that only one commit. God, I'm fucking terrible at Git. Now, what that should hopefully translate to, though we're not entirely sure if it actually will, is we can go up here and we can go like, hey, character creator. And then we come down here and we go, okay, so you do some things. And so you need to modify this and we need to fix the character creator. So this is going to get we add a slot. And we say slot. So it's going to have an offset of vec 30, I guess. Your icon is going to be as a server.load something accepts cell type custom perk, and shape is going to be layout. Right, so your shape is well, this. So you can go away, and then you can go away. then we just go, okay, and then we go rid of this. Perk. Right. So we need u dot into, and then you need to be load, and you need to be like, how's it work? So you load image slash UI slash GUI cell dot PNG. Okay, so that's you. So it's going to copy you, paste you. Then we go floors. So this is called floor. It's exactly the same, except you're supposed to have an offset of 30. But I'm going to say, I mean, offset of 30 still makes fucking perfect sense there. I want to give an offset of like Y. Like vec 3 0 Y of I don't know, 300. Well, it'd be 30 times 30, I think. I don't know. Z is also 0. I'm just thinking, if I do that, they should end up on top of each other, which I don't think I have any way of getting to the character creation screen anyway to test that, but I'm just going to pretend like it's going to work. The thing I'd be going for is effectively, like they're in the same location in terms of like when you put items in and out, they're in the same location, but they're offset on top of each other in terms of like when you look at them, they render at different locations. You know, so same thing happens here, and they are actually exactly identical. Great. Gonna go fuck off adding those slots to the player's inventory. So this is the player inventory. Question is, do I attach the player inventory to the player entity? I mean, it would be a cool idea. I don't know. Again, we'll work that out later. We come down to looting and go, okay, so F32 can... What did I do to break you? No. No, okay. So random bool F32 casting as... What are you complaining about? What is your problem? I am awfully confused about why you are saying that this is not allowed. I don't know what I did. Did I do anything? Do we just hit run and see if it works? Because like it's not actually wrong. And it seems to have got to this file, which means that it actually doesn't care. It's just saying that they're red. Okay. So when you hit play, it loads everything in. Yay! Okay, and we hit this, and it loads in the backpack, which is incorrect. But anyway, that's kind of cool. So I guess we go back to the player inv thing, and we go, so this is how you apparently load a player's inventory, which is a terrible way of doing it, but anyway. So theoretically, we can say type is right hand, x is 10, y is 0, width is 2, and height is 1. This is not how this is going to stay, but it's interesting to me that like this should actually in theory work because it should load a second slot with a different ID. So then when we open this up, there's actually 2 inventories. Ta-da! Okay. So we definitely need to modify how the inventory loader works, but the way we're going to do that is effectively by making slots better. So I think slots, they have an offset, they have an icon, they have a goddamn shape. I don't know how the shape's gonna work. It does make me think that the shape might be. I guess not. I'm trying to think how the shape would play into this in terms of like, does the shape need an offset anymore or an orientation? Maybe it just needs a layout. Because the idea is that like adjacent slots won't be allowed to connect. Like you can't cross a slot boundary, I guess. Anyway, I guess we have to turn you into a thing that does a thing. So can we 30 deserialize? Okay, so you're saying that's not allowed because of that. Okay. I mean that's pretty bulk standard, easy to do. So I guess we want to go to like the inventory descriptor. Inventory descriptor loader, which then loads inventories, which does that through the intermediate inventory descriptor. Okay. I mean, no reason I can't. Actually, I don't know how you work. From string. So you look for single words, and I feel like you're atrocious. So I think the answer to that one is fuck that. I would be so much better off just turning this into the inventory descriptor. An inventory descriptor has a vector of slots. No, you're not deserialized is the issue. Can I implement deserialize easily? I keep thinking that to myself, like, I'd be like, oh yeah, I can do that easily, like, but then I never, it never is easy. The 30 deserialize for inventory descriptor. Okay, deserialize. So we have access to the deserializer. So can we say something like let map equal deserializer.deserialize map? See, because we need a fucking visitor. I guess we need to tell it what we're fucking going for. Something seed. So we like self deserialize. Deserializer.seed. So the visitor can visit them. So we call deserialize map. And then annoyingly, we do the same thing where we're gonna fucking implement fucking visitor. Then I'm gonna be very confused about how the fuck I keep ending up in this situation. Every fucking time, I don't seem to learn. Inventory, value, and self. Expect format.write string expect map fn visit app something. Sorry, visit. get rid of you so that I can get the visit map. Right. So now we have this, and then we can go to do. And then we can be very confused. So I guess it's the map that lets me do something. Anyway, so we can say deserialize, and then you just, I guess, do it on yourself. I'm not entirely sure. So the visitor would be inventory descriptor default. So you don't have a default implementation. That's fine. I can do that. Default. Okay. So you have slots, and these slots have things in them. That's kind of it, right? So I guess the way that this is going to work is we're going to kind of effectively design what we want the inventory asset to look like, and then we're going to see if we can extract that. So I'm thinking we want to go something more like and then blah. So that would then mean that these go away, and then the next one, so like maybe like this, which I'm going to be really annoyed with because it's going to result in it turning into a hell of a, like, we have to deserialize the map to deserialize the map. So you would then do this, which would then do this, which would then do this, which would then become like this. So I mean, it's technically that's a loot table though, that's not what we want. So to try and parse that, I guess we go somewhere like in here. And we go inventory descriptor. So, and we need mutable access to self. And I guess mutable access to the map. I'm not entirely sure how this works. So you have something like map dot next value. While let some key equals map dot next key. Sorry, let me go to like to do. Type annotation new. Cell type. Something like that. Maybe. Now, annoyingly, I need to say something like, how do I pull the value out? Because it's like, map dot. I want to go like next value with seed. Right, because this return v value, and this just needs to make sure that pub trait makes it. So you need to be like deserialize seed. Definitely don't think this is how this is supposed to work. But then we would want to pass in the seed of being what is a slot? Let's just say just do that and be like right. That does mean that that's not the best way of going about it. Okay, so we have to modify that. We have to go maybe a sequence. I guess that would make the most sense. So you'd be a sequence. Maybe. So, which wouldn't be that then? Some of these would be really easy to do. So we would say that you actually deserialize sequence, which I guess does let me do some cheeky stuff. So we can be like fn visit sequence, and then we can say mute self mute sequence, and then we can possibly do something that's along the lines of while let some trying to size hint next element. I think it's like while let some slot equals something like that, and then we can be like, cannot find value seed. Yes, because the seed is slot default, right? Then we have to be like question mark. Is that correct? Or do you just always return? No, you return option, return value. So then we can like go down here and be like impl. I feel like I'm just always doing the same thing with 30. I feel like it hasn't clicked to me about like what exactly you're supposed to do. Because I keep doing this, but I'm like, it makes so much sense to be able to do it this way, but then it's like, I think it's supposed to have a bunch of more intermediate types. I just like the idea of like declaring it on one thing and be like, okay, so type value is self and fn deserialize. So deserialize takes in this, and then we're just going to return to do for now. But the idea is that you should be able to pass this in. So first off, so you should be expect sequence, right? So the vector's like to do. Right, so you get the slot by calling sequence next element. Now my concern is that it's possible. No, I'm sure surely it'd say it would return none. Right. So then we can just say self dot slots dot right. No, that's gonna have that very slight, annoying issue. We have to make a visitor that gives us access to the context. That's so annoying. Anyway. It's going to be like a struct, and this needs to be a descriptor visible, which then takes in something like a, which is going to be mute load context and an inventory descriptor, something like that. So then you would be, I guess, the descriptor visitor, which returns an inventory descriptor. Because you don't even need to return the descriptor, do you? You can just make it in place. So that just means that you just do that. And then you're... Oh, no, I don't have access to it here. Which means that I guess we just use it in the asset loader. So, like, you go from string, but can we go, like... let d equals ron the deserializer from stir data. Alright, can we like bubble that up? Apparently the answer is no. From Ron the span error. Alright, so we go here, we go. I can't do this because doing that would cause issues. Missing lifetime context. So you need to live for a. So you also need to live for a. I don't, so no, AD. Right. So the way that I see this working is we're going to call load and then so you need removal. So then we should be able to call like d dot use deserialize d dot deserialize deserialize sequence, and the visitor is a descriptor visitor, which then takes in the load context. Let's just load context, something like that, and then you'd be like that. That may not live long enough. Let temp. So you load that. Why are you returning? What even fucking type do you return? Result cannot convert error. Inventory descriptor load error. Did I not just add a ROM thing? What fucking error type do you return then? Is that a SRD error? Or result. What is the error type? You don't specify it. What the fuck's the error type? Wrong. Okay, so span error 0, which is then saying Ron from Ron error. Something like that, maybe. Okay, so then we can say, hey, so you can do that, and then you can do that. There we go, okay. Throw that error. They're saying data may not live long enough. Okay. Load context may not live long. Why not, though? Where do you get your A from? Unclear. But you shouldn't need to... So we have an inventory descriptor. Why? But the inventory descriptor doesn't have a lifetime, so why is it still telling me that I need the lifetime? Drop D. No. Why are you not living long enough? Data dropped here while still borrowed. No, it's not. What do you mean? Okay. Cannot move data because it is borrowed. Okay, but deserialized sequence returns a value, but the value doesn't... Let v equal the visitor load context v drop v. You get past v, sorry. No. I'm so confused. Okay. Add labeled asset. I'm unclear why me borrowing this data causes it to be invalid. Because like, so part of it's because I'm using it here apparently. Name equals load context dot path dot toString, something like that, and then you just get name. So you don't like this because you... Yeah, so you just can't tell you where the A lifetime comes from. Nope. Where the fuck do you get your lifetime from then? Find data declared here. Lifetime appeared here. We use this there as a load context lifetime. We can get a lifetime of 2. I don't know. Okay, so the annoying thing is, I guess you need like a D and a A. And then we can say that this is A, which lets the compiler know that they're not the same lifetime. So you have like A and B then, where we say that A, B, and then we can say that you're like D, DE and A. So you're saying that the reference needs to last the entire deserializing process, but the actual lifetime doesn't matter. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So we say, hey, you do this and you get here and you say, hey, deserialize a sequence. Well, let's sequence. Okay. So next element seed. So we need to go something like impl DE A SERD B deserialize. Well, for descriptor visitor. Right, because what I'm thinking is we can go probably something like that. And then we can do that, you know, like type value is slot. And then deserialize like that. And then you come here and you go to do. You're a DE. So what I'm thinking is we can double up on our lazy type and say when we visit a sequence, or when we call deserialize on this, when we pass in this as a visitor, we work it out and we go, okay, so you're going to serialize the next spot, and then you're going to pass in self, because theoretically, well, it says self. You should be like clonable, because I guess you only get borrowed for a certain amount of time. Anyway. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna be like descriptor visitor self.0 cannot borrow or move value. It cannot borrow self 0 as mutable more than once at a time. Self was borrowed mutable in the previous iteration. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how this works. So what's driving me spare is that so we have mut ut T. So what I don't get is that T should only need to be valid for the lifetime of this. But for some reason it's telling me that it needs to be valid forever. No, it needs to be valid for some amount longer. I'm just not entirely sure what amount longer. So you're saying that the first thing is that with the second thing, and this is saying that the first your mutable reference needs okay. I see where the issue is. Because these two are the same, it's saying that this lifetime, the length of time that this reference needs to stay valid for is the same length of time as that reference needs to stay valid for. Damn it, I don't know how to do this. There's definitely a way. self dot, I want to say like borrow. And then we can import the descriptor visitor, where I'm assuming it's like underscore underscore, and then we just say fn borrow, which takes in itself and returns self underscore, and then we just say self little reference. So we need to take in A and I guess B, and then we need to say that B is the same for both of these, but your A. I guess your A. Oh no, sorry. It's a descriptor visitor with a lifetime of B. A must outlive 1. Like C maybe, and then we just say that this is C, and we say that C outlives A. Okay, so do we say A, B, C, and then we say U live A, and then we come down here and we go, okay, so this is C, and then we just need to go that C must outlive A. Maybe. I don't know what this is doing. Now borrows health mutably more than once at a time. Right, so that's probably the wrong way around. We need to say that you need to live for C. So the length of time that that's valid for is the length of time that that's valid for. And we're saying that C must outlive A. Oh, C doesn't need to outlive A. We're saying A must outlive C, maybe. No. Okay. Well, we're stuck again. The only thing I can think is to wrap in a fucking mutex so that I can, you know, just mutex my way around it. Self.0. Right. We can emit that with the lifetime of A. And then we can say descriptor visitor V. Because what I don't get is it should only live long enough to generate the thing, and then it should be dropped. So you're saying that this seed needs to live for DE, and then it's saying that DE. So you need to live longer than DE. And D is the first value, so it's saying can't do that because DE, the lifetime of this thing. So if we said something like, I don't care what this lifetime is, this is A, and A outlives DE. So go to this because this is just going to cause confusion. You're saying that you cannot borrow mutably more than once at a time. Was mutably borrowed here in a previous iteration of the loop. Lifetime D defined here. A must outlive DE. Why are you saying this? This doesn't make any sense. Surely you should be destroyed. Yes. And we assert that, I guess, D does D outliving A help? No. So you need to borrow it for the entirety of DE, but you don't even use DE. What? I don't... Okay, A outlives DE. But then that doesn't fucking work because it says, oh, well, fucking argument requires that D reference to V is borrowed for DE. Cannot borrow V as mutable more than once at a time. V was mutably borrowed here in a previous iteration of the loop. Yes, but fucking DE is done. Well, it's not actually, but new. Can you live for like C? And just like make a new lifetime like C? Nope. Lifetime may not live long enough. Okay, but why may it not live long enough? So we have to say that C needs to outlive C outlives A. Apparently, still won't outlive one. I'm gonna call you B. B. And then you're complaining because B needs to outlive C. Yeah. At this point, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. C needs to outlive B, apparently. C needs to outlive B. Okay. Well, first off, that feels recursive because C needs to outlive B and B needs to outlive C. But anyway, you're saying I can't borrow this because the lifetime is DE. Declared there. Sequence, which lives... for fuck's sake. Borrow V. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it should be allowed, but anyway. It's definitely not allowed, but you know. Maybe we need a new type? No, because the new type's not gonna fucking do anything. for underscore in 0 dot dot seq dot size hint. No, so annoying. Loop. Let s equal sequence dot d dot next seed, and then we say descriptor visitor self dot 0 question mark. Get rid of v. Can't borrow more than once at a time. Pretty sure this is just not allowed. Cannot borrow. It's got something about the fucking lifetimes though. Because it basically just boils down to the sequence access, which is when you do you. Okay, so we need to say that potentially that the visitor. So maybe if we said like, first off, the lifetime of you and the lifetime of you is just ambiguous. Can I do that? Okay. So it's saying lifetime may not live long enough. So then we need like ds, and then you can like your ds. Method not compatible. You have to be the same length as the serialized sequence. Is that what you're saying? Let me call visit sequence. So my assumption is that you are saying where error visit stir bird visit bytes buffer visit sum visit unit visit new type struct. Okay, sequence. So yeah, so D needs to be the same. That's annoying. What am I doing wrong? As type 1. It's just saying that you can't, for some reason it's saying if you call next seed, you have to own this for the entirety of the fucking thing. Doesn't make any sense to me. st sync sync mutex new, and then we'd be like fucking self.0. Now you have a fucking mutex to it, and then we can say well, I mean technically what you'd want to do is probably do be like struct maybe. Well, I mean maybe you just give this a reference to a, this is getting out of hand. That lives set a to a mutex of this. Then you go here and then you can just say like, hey, you can just give this to itself now. Because can be cloned. Something about something may not live long enough. So A, need A, and then you say that you live for A, and you live for A, and you live for at least DE. Right, means we can pass this in, which means we can pass that in, which means we can get to fucking here. Okay, I'm gonna turn this back into a while loop, so it's while let some slot equals right. So we have that, and we're gonna say self. Nope. So we're gonna say let mute slots equals vec. No. Then we say slots dot push slot, something like that, and then you just return okay inventory descriptor slots. Right, so you work stupidly. So then we get to here and we go, okay, so we need to say you need to return a slot. So we need to be like, oh no, we just hit recursion again because now we have to deserialize fucking a map. Oh, this is gonna be hell. At least I have access to that thing. So we can say like so annoying. We're like struct slot visitor, which is then going to need access to a con ctx, which is a mutable reference to a load context that lives for A, I guess, and you live for A. Yes, you live for A. I don't really care at this point. So then we're going to go something. We go deserializer dot deserialize map, and the visitor is a slot visitor, and then so we're going to say let ctx equals self dot 0 dot lock dot unwrap, because I really don't care at this point, and then your ctx is ctx. Maybe I think that's correct, because I think it's actually saying that it doesn't have this monstrosity of a thing where we're going to say slot visitor de. Alright, so you visit the slot and then you return a slot, and you're a visit map. Okay, and then this is like to do, and we go, this is a fucking monstrosity. So this may not live long enough because you so you live for A. We do know that A lives DE. Okay. Let ctx equals ctx dot unwrap. So you're saying that this may not live long enough because Consider adding the field that D outlives A. I don't think that's true though. Nope. I hate this so much. Mostly because I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Because like in my head I'm going, I only ever borrow the fucking mutable reference once. But for some godforsaken reason, it doesn't count. Like, so we have to be like, so you have. They're all like the fucking visitor. So I need to make you the same monstrosity of a type. Now it's possible that maybe all I needed to do was fix the A-B bit here, but I don't fucking know at this point. This is just any lifetime. And then your context is going to be self.0. So we finally get to fucking here, and we can, like, I guess, unlock the self.0 does not live long enough. I hate you. Can we like see where your C and C outlives A? Honestly, do not care how long. Okay, so A, then you have like an anonymous lifetime. D is that, then the final lifetime is fucking anonymous. It doesn't matter. You're gonna say that this doesn't fucking live long enough. Okay, yep, this is why we don't do deserialization. It can all burn in hell. I hate it so fucking much. I don't want to just deserialize a bunch of fucking strings though. Okay, so I hate it. So what did I conclude I was going to do? Usually, like, it's a sequence, and we have to split it into fucking... something like that. Except, which is then going to be a fucking thing of on left hand, something like that. And then you're going to accept right hand. I hate it so fucking much. So we have to make like a struct. We offset and can be like 0, 0. Yeah, cool. So then we're going to have our icon, which is going to be a string. I actually don't know what those icons are called, but anyway. Icon, which again is a string. I hate it. Inventory descriptor. So we have to fucking come up with an inventory descriptor. Fucking. So we need to be like struct slot asset needs to do something like accepts, which is just a vector of cell type. What else? So offset, which was a vec3 actually, I believe. But anyway, what else did we put in there? So you need an extra value. So you need an icon, which is a string, and W and H, which is just integers. So a icon, which is a string, W, which is just a I32, and an S, which H, which is an I32 as well. Okay, so you do that, then we have to like derive deserialize. And then we have to be like d dot I was like let slots equal ron from string. It's like give it data, bubble that up, and you're saying you don't know what the type is, but that's because of this, and then it's going to be a vector of slots, slot assets, which we then do this, and then we go like this, and we say slots dot iter dot because it's into iter dot map f a g apparently g dot so like slot. So your icon is going to be load context dot load g dot icon. Your offset is just g dot offset. Your accept is just g dot accept dot into. And your shape is just shape with an offset of I vec to 0, an orientation of orientation degree 0, and a layout of layout rectangle uvec to g dot w g dot h. Okay, so never mind. They need to be U32s. Oh god, okay. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I'm not into chunks, into iter dot collect. Okay, so you're saying mismatch type expected vector of slots found, probably an iterator. Dot collect. Okay. That should then load all the fucking assets. Maybe. I don't actually know. Doing my Acadian fucking deserialization bullshit. So it's probably the wrong layout, but when we come up here and we hit run, do we load the player's inventory correctly? Because the idea is that with left hand and right hand, so they're going to load the icons, which should work fine, I think. So the answer is it fails horrendously. So when did it fail to load the player's inventory? Failed to load folder. When did it horrendously fail? Question. Expected opening parentheses on load. So are you saying that all I need to do is this? Template backslash? What? Cannot find asset loader for. Okay. Expected comma. Hey, reloaded template layout. I mean, when I open. So at the moment, their offset is not taken into account because it uses their like internal offset. Also, their sprite isn't taken into account. I think it just uses the default one. So we just need to work out what the icon is. So I don't think I'm extracting the icons correctly. Maybe we can open this reveal file in Explorer. Pop it over here so people can see what I'm doing. So this is all the sort of random stuff, I think. No, but I'm not entirely sure. I didn't even realize there was a fucking slot on top of the head like that. What are we trying to come up with? There's like a section where it's got like all the characters' like body parts, but I don't think it's here. Balaclava. Wrist tracker. Okay, so apparently you have like wrist slots. So if we go back to like assets, BBG, and then go like into images, somewhere there is like a sequence of hands. So BTN apparently. Okay, so we need to go to our like extract script and go like asset loader and go down to the bottom here and go okay. So this is the folder we want to create. So we want to go something like maybe UI slash slots. Maybe. Then we want to go here and we're going to say that if it starts with btn underscore itm Head on, body, head. I guess body. I didn't even realize there's belts in the game as well. Kind of interesting. So underscore body, because it strips off the entire prefix, which means if they've all got it, then it doesn't matter. I guess then underscore one more time, maybe. And then we go, that goes into UI slots, and then it has no filter. Okay, so if I run this now, it should pop me a new UI thing called slots. Apparently, I didn't find any images with the prefix BTN, ITM. Oh no, INV. That makes a lot more sense actually. Okay, so we have the belt on, hand on, wrist, shirt on. Why does it only show the on ones? I'm slightly confused. What? The other ones have a different. It just says head. So why is it only finding like the head on? Body underscore head on. What? Hold it. Hold left to hold right. Head on. Hand on. Wait. Why are they two different things? Oh, because they're the like this. Alright, cool. Okay. Okay. Still unclear why it's not finding the other ones, but okay. Anyway, so I guess we start with the right hand. Because why not? So hand right is hand r on .png. So it's image slash UI slash slots slash hand on. Right, so that's our right hand. Annoyingly, they are going to all be at 0, 0 because of the way that the thing works. So next we have to like make it actually render the thing for the slot. So when we do like rendering, node rendering, so slot node, tile stretch. So this I don't know if I really want happening, but anyway. Size is icon. So so we have an image node and we have the rendered slot. Then we have the inventory styler. So we actually want to go update image cell scale. Maybe we want to put this as its own thing then. What node? Right, so we want to go something like up update slot image, which is going to need access to inventory. Managing. Maybe, not sure. So query, we need like rendered inventory, something like that. So then we go, you do this and this and this and this and this. And we go, let okay inv equals render dot get reference. So we get this and we say slot dot inventory else continue. So now we have the rendered inventory. Then we go inventory manager dot read in dot else continue. Let some inv equal, something like that, I think. Okay, so we go, now we have access to the inventory. We go let some slot equals inv dot get slot slot dot index else continue. Alright, so now we have the slot, which means we can say something like image dot image equals slot dot icon dot clone. Okay, so we need to put this like up a layer. And here. And we go, okay, so update says updates style icon inventory node. Update inventory scale, so we're going to say slot node update image scale, no, update slot image. So when I did this with run, it should maybe load the correct asset. I don't know. To go like basic inventory. This is not the right example. We want to run u. And then you should then load up the thing. So if we go up to the player.inv and we said, can we copy this, paste it here, and go hand left. All right, we go play and we go open this. And we go, did you actually do anything? Like, did it load? I don't think it loaded. I think it said something like, fuck you. Missing field description. This is unrelated. I think it's this one down here. It says checking ancestor for style, opening UI, opening item screen. Path not found. Floors not doing what they're supposed to do. So, why did it not work? I mean, it seems to have loaded. Seems to have loaded the slots. They're just not rendering properly. So, common UI. I've got a common UI. Menu ID. So, it's this one. And then it has the children round player inventory. So you are rendering something. I think I need their position to be like absolute, something like that. Maybe it already is. So where's their like computed size or something? Computed node. Yeah, so your size is like 15 by 30. So you're very small. Where is your position? Hmm. Where are you positioned? Didn't. I don't see the hand. Background color. I'll make it white. Okay. Apparently it's there somewhere, somehow. I don't get it, but apparently that's... Okay, don't tile. Auto. Stretch. Auto. Hmm. Okay. So it's a little bit fucked up by the fact that okay. Where's the other one though? Oh no. We have to make sure that they don't have a grid position. So many just gonna fuck up again, but anyway. Alright, so so we can say this is saying like 1 by 1. Uh we like need like torso and stuff like that. I don't think the offsetting is doing it. Okay, so now like again copy the same shit. So this is going to be torso. Torso. I still don't understand why these ones hit the fucking thing, but the other ones don't. btn imv body underscore hold on. So like, I don't know why the underscore on is different. So fucking weird. Anyway. I guess we'd just go. I'd be annoyed that fucking Starlink's doing Starlink shit again. I'm gonna try restarting the stream, but if it disappears, the answer is no, it's not gonna be stable. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really don't want to fucking restart my router. I just want to do maybe like the head. Head, and then like slot. Head on. So then we like, goddamn fucking internet. So I just want to go like this. Ah, fuck, we have to fix the goddamn reset stuff. So image node. So when we get to here, we'd be like image dot mode equals node image mode auto. There's a bunch of shit that I don't really want to fuck with. I guess we can just fuck with it in here. So we can be like mute node mute node like so, and so down here you say node dot grid column equals none. Replacement auto. Alright, I just want to like get the very minimum working. So I can call it a night. It's like 2 AM, so I probably should have called it a night a while ago. I'm just so fucking sick of Starlink deciding that it's gonna drop my internet, and then it's like, oh, we'll have to fucking restart the router to fucking connect to the internet again. I'm so fucking angry. Oh, anyway. What is wrong with these fucking nodes? Right, so we have to be like, you, and then we go you, and we go, okay. So what is your problem? Probably that I absolute. Okay, so their position. So node dot position type equals position type absolute. Why the hell is on not working? Anyway, play this. Yay! Look, the player is there. Yay! And these are technically inventory slots. I don't know how they would work in terms of it's throwing errors saying it's checking the ancestor to try and find the style. Can I maybe get you to interaction mouse? So clicked on entity with an item. So this detect pickup. I'm gonna like go, there's like detect drop, right? Detect drop. So if I just like turn this off and then just maybe don't do this piece, and then we just say something like um something like that maybe. Oh, it crashed, but cursor is not empty. Right. I really can't be fucked fixing it. Just wanted to know where I clicked. Fix that. I mean, it seems to be working in as much as like it renders the player. Alright, so that's what we're supposed to have, and then we have this monstrosity. Alright, well, I mean, it's kind of working. We could add the rest of the things quickly. So I don't care about the belt right now, or legs. I gotta work out why the fucking thing's not working. Oh. Like, why is it only picking up on the on? So then we leg. No, it's called legs, isn't it? Yeah, it's legs underscore on PNG. So then that'll render the legs, there's the wrists and the torso and the shoulders. So the shoulders are the straps. Oh. Anyway, the fucking stream is dropping like 90% of frames, so I'm going to call it a night. Actually, we'll do the two shoes. Oh, probably should have copy pasted that. Paste. Shoe left, shoe right. Foot left, foot right. Alright, then we run that, and we go play, and we go boom. Yay!